And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast, man. Today we're going to be covering the Elon and Trump discussion. Also, we're going to be covering the news. We got a bunch of topics to cover as well. So, are we going to play the intro on this one?
I mean,
let's play the intro.
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast, man. And we're host Sulaiman Ahmed. So, guys, just so you guys know, we are actually in the Twitter space as we speak. Can we show them a screen, maybe? Share a screen with them, maybe? Show them, like, what's going on?
We got lucky.
We got lucky. We're in here, guys, as you guys can see. Bill's actually in there on his account.
Look at the comments. Am I the only one who can't join?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's stressful,
So
bro.
there's a bunch of issues. If you go ahead, Bills, go ahead, show them all the people that are in there. Scroll down. Like, yeah. 1 million people. Right now, it's like, what, 200-some thousand? If I'm not mistaken, in there?
198K, I believe.
198K is what it said.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people are in there. The space still hasn't started. This sound effect, by the way, Mo, if you could play it. This is the sound effect that plays whenever you're on X and you're waiting, right, for the space to start. You can hear it coming from Donald Trump's mic, which means that he's still waiting and getting ready. But we are definitely in here. We can see what's going on. So
apparently Elon confirmed this DDoS attack on the actual app itself, so there you go.
So we are live. We actually are in this space. Somebody said who was on?
Shout out to the quartering as well. He has like a bunch of people live as well. The quartering.
Where, on YouTube?
Yeah. Let me see.
No, he's probably live on Rumble.
Sorry, Rumble. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not live on YouTube. Let me look here.
Hey guys, we're dealing with a lot of stuff with this current setup.
Everybody's on.
So what that means is that, like, because you were one of the few people in there, this is going to be one of the few places you can go to watch it.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
If you're not already in one of the two Twitter spaces, either the Elon one, then this is the only way you can watch or listen to the Elon Musk space.
Holy shit, quartering has 128K watching right now on Rumble. Shout out to him, bro.
Yeah. Shit.
Awesome.
Shit, so yeah. But yeah, guys, share this with your friends. If you are trying to, matter of fact, I'm going to drop the YouTube link right now on Twitter because we're one of the few people that are actually in the fucking room. So,
or the Rumble link.
So I guess do we want to give a background on what's going on here with this conversation, how it even started? I mean, you're on X a lot.
Yeah, I will do,
You're X Pro.
I'll explain it. I'm just tweeting it out as well because I was thinking.
Yeah, drop the YouTube link or the Rumble link, whichever one you want to drop.
Because
I saw Fu3ntes tweet they couldn't get in. A bunch of other creators couldn't get in. I think Adin Ross got in as well. But it's going crazy.
He flaked on Vitaly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, of course.
But it's what it is.
Of course.
Go ahead, Sulaiman.
Yeah.
Must announce there's the DDoS. Yep. We know, guys. So, it's not crazy, bro. Like, the enemies are trying to, like, stop this from happening. All the haters and all the Kamala Harris fans. Bless you. Yeah, I'm saying. But,
so
we're in.
Basically, just to give people a bit of a background.
Yeah.
So what, essentially, obviously Twitter Spaces is quite new and they've grown significantly. People are going there. Twitter in itself is probably the #1 social media platform for politics.
Absolutely.
Bar none.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close, right? And you get interactions with a wide range of people. The conversations are brilliant. I mean, Twitter is the place to be for anything related to politics. Now, in addition to that, you've got Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces is a social media audio platform which basically enables people to engage in, speak to each other through an audio platform. Now, the social media Twitter Spaces have been growing significantly. I think like Mario is one of the biggest one who normally does Spaces. I think I'm quite up there as well when it comes to Twitter Spaces. Myron's jumped onto Twitter Spaces as well. And so you've basically got Twitter Spaces. Now, what's happened in the past is Elon Musk has done major interviews on Twitter Spaces. One remembers when Ron DeSantis announced for the very first time, he came on Twitter Spaces to announce.
And it crashed then too, right?
It crashed initially. So initially it crashed because what happened was they tried to do it on Elon's profile and it crashed. They then changed it and they did it on what's the guy's name now? Anyway, it's one of Elon's guys. Did it on his platform and then it worked. But even though it worked, even at that time, what happened was it got to a certain number, then a lot of people didn't have the ability to join the space. And then Mario had to run a concurrent space, and everybody joined that, and that actually ended up being bigger than the actual Ron DeSantis space. So, like, that was me and Mario running that concurrent space. Now, everyone was concerned that this space is good. I mean, this space was going to be huge.
Yeah.
10 times probably bigger.
I was predicting 100,000 to 200. It's 1 million.
Yeah, I was thinking like 500K, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Because the Ron DeSantis one hit 150K, I think. And then on Mario's platform, I think there was about... I think between the two platforms, there's about 150 to 200K live.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
I mean, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump's going to be huge. So, I was thinking there's going to be problems. They were stress testing for the last 2 days. So, today they did a stress test and they had 2 million people join and then 3 million. So, they kind of thought the stress test is
We're
working.
going to start blowing up right now. I put it on X that we're live
I think
right
you
now.
could never really kind of foresee who's going to join, how many people are going to be on the space. So, like, it's a lot of people on the space right now. So, I get it.
I'll tell you this. Twitter Space is by far one of the... It's like Clubhouse, but way better and less black.
I was going to say, it's a new Clubhouse.
Yeah. So,
yeah, that is true, bro.
You know what I mean?
Bunch of thug niggas in there.
Yeah, so it's like just way better, and it's just higher IQ conversations. I host so many debates on there. I've hosted a bunch. I mean, me and Sulaiman have hosted a bunch of debates with people debating topics, right? Zionism, all that
a
stuff.
wide range of topics.
A wide range of topics. Like Gary was in there debating yesterday. So, but yeah, guys, we are in the space. Y'all can see it right there. Oh, shout out to Bills, man, showing you guys on screen what's going on. We are in there. We just have it muted
because
the music, right? So for those of you guys that are joining, you can see right there that we are in fact in there. You can hear the dumb music.
It's like if you're in a hotel lobby.
In space, yeah.
There you go. Elon's saying it. What I said, that they tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. I saw the one when they did 3 million. So they tested it, thinking it's going to be okay. I kind of had this thing that maybe it's not going to be, and anyone who runs like a concurrent space is probably going to do well. But then what's happened is apparently Elon is claiming that there was a DDoS attack, which is causing problems on the space. And so because Myron's crew and Fresh Fit's crew are one of the few people who are in there, you're going to be able to hear it through this.
Bills, how fast? Because Bills is actually, I'm not even in there. Like, I couldn't even get on my account. Sulaiman couldn't get on his account. Bills got in on like his troll account. As you can see here, he has like the Turkish shooter. Bills, when did you join?
That's not my troll account. That's just I have you, bro. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
When did you join? Like, how long ago did you join?
As soon as I walked in,
we're probably talking like 7:45.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So y'all just made it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, someone said that it was live, and then I just jumped in the moment it was live. I think Sulaiman said it, if I'm not mistaken.
The minute he went live on the space, Bills got in.
So right now, as we speak, is 500K in there right now.
500,000 in there.
Yeah.
Oh, so it means it might be working then. Let me see.
Yeah.
If it is, then is yours still?
I mean, I could try.
Let me try and join this one first, then we'll know if it's.
I'm in.
You're in?
I'm in. Look, join. Are you guys in?
I joined too.
Yeah. So it's working.
All
now.
right, good. Now it's
we're in
working.
here. Let's
Now
go.
it's working. All right.
Woo!
All right.
Live on air.
So it's 550 people.
All right, they're making sure they have this shit fixed before they do anything.
Yeah, they said they're going live at 8:30.
At 8:30 now?
Yeah.
Okay, well it is 8:31.
Hey, I see a bunch of niggas in here, man. What's going on?
Well, that's because those are your friends.
I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
That's us, man. Come on, man.
Oh man. W3.
Anyhow, so when are they gonna start, bro?
Yeah, I see 612. Yeah, now it's starting to climb. So, should we? I'm
Wait.
thinking, should I open a backup one on the computer?
For your Discord.
Should I do that?
Might as well.
Make the space. You got that.
So actually, Mo, you got it?
Go ahead, Mo. You can talk.
No. Mo's do something behind the scenes for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah.
I would open a space and join it, because just in case there is glitches. It may not be, but if there is, then they've got somewhere to go.
Okay.
Knock it out now.
You can still see what?
We can get word from our sponsor while we wait.
Yeah.
Word from our sponsor.
Yeah, go ahead. Just knock it out real fast.
Because once it starts, we don't want to stop it.
You own
Awesome.
All right. Just go ahead and hit it while I do this thing right here. You got
Word
it.
from our sponsor.
Real quick word from our sponsor,
Shout to
guys.
Rumble.
And then we're not going to do another one for the rest of the show.
Yep.
Hold on, one second.
I'm going to go jump on his face.
One second.
But yeah, I was in Barbados chilling, bro. I just thought to myself, let me go on X and see what's happening. Then I see the beginning of World War III. I'm like, bro, I'm enjoying these coconuts, man. World's about to end, bro. God damn.
He's chilling in Barbados with some chicks while the world's ending.
Wait, how'd you know that? How'd you see that? You watch my YouTube?
No, I don't watch YouTube. I just assumed you were doing that.
Oh, you were right, bro.
You've got a bit of a reputation.
Oh, God. Listen, man, you know what it is, bro? It's like the world's ending. I want to enjoy it a little bit before it ends, bro. That's all.
Yeah, that is.
But we should be right with God first, though, because that's more important. Yeah, so.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Are you reading? Are you going to read all that?
Oh, no, my friend.
Yo,
Listen.
Sulaiman, why you act like that?
I literally, bro, can only read
Why did you act like that?
so much.
He said you reading all of that.
This is going to be Mo reading this.
This is Mo's ad. Mo, come on, let's do it, bro. Let's get into
Mo
it.
got
All
this.
Word from our sponsors.
I'm a man of few words, if you didn't realize. I take more action than most.
Move the left, point to the left.
Word from our sponsor. Mo's going to read the ad for us, guys, so don't worry.
This episode is sponsored by Upside. The free Upside app gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas, groceries, and dining. There are over 100,000 gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants on the Upside app, ensuring that cash back is always just around the corner. And yes, it's real cash back. No confusing rewards, points, or credits, just actual money you can transfer straight to your bank account. Frequent Upside users earn an average of $340 per year. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description and download Upside app and use my promo code FNF and get extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim the offer for whatever you're buying on WhatsApp. Then pay the usual with the credit or debit card. I actually use my credit card on when I'm using the Upside app, and it's a simple step. I just go to the settings, click wallet, and look at that. Now I can just claim when I'm going to gas stations. And they pay usual with credit or debit card. So follow the steps in the app and get paid. People can earn 3 times more cash back with Upside than any other product. This includes loyalty programs and credit card rewards. 1 million cashback is being earned by users this week. And you can redeem the offers on multiple different. There's gas stations, foods, restaurants. You know, some examples are like Hutong, Miami, Tucandela Bar, Bellillo.
Well, that's fire.
Yeah, Balans. And that's just in my area. And so you'll never know what you can have in area. Okay. So make sure, Upside app, and use code FNF. And thank you, Upside, for sponsoring this episode.
Thank you.
Is it?
We're from our sponsor. Okay.
Is it live?
And we're
Is the
live.
no? I mean the Trump interview.
Guys, we're live. The space is live, guys.
That's what the chat's saying.
Can we hear it?
Can we see? Let me see on my phone.
Hold on. Nope. Trump just muted himself.
Yeah, it's muted.
We're all in the same space though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the chat was tripping.
Do you hear anything?
Man, forget y'all chat.
You can turn the volume on your phone?
Yeah, it's muted.
It's muted.
Okay.
Trump is muted. Trump's background music is muted. And the chat's going up.
Okay.
Shout out to Upside.
Okay.
Shout out to Upside.
So Trump muted himself,
He muted himself.
and we're just waiting right now.
Right now, it's text Abby.
Okay.
When is Trump going to debate Kamala?
What was that? Sorry.
Probably
September? He's going to debate.
Yeah, that's
Kamala?
right. Yeah. Apparently, she's refusing to debate on Fox, which is obviously a pro-Republican channel.
Mm-hmm.
So then they're gonna do the debate on ABC, I believe.
What is she going to debate? Yo, did you see Steven Crowder's apology video?
I was trolling.
Yeah, I know. It was hilarious though. I thought he was serious at first. Then he threw it in the garbage. That was funny.
So yeah, just still having sound issues.
No, he's muted.
Trump muted himself.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Yeah, so he must have like accidentally unmuted the music and then he's just gone silent.
Our computer audio is unmuted.
Yeah. So he's okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Also, Tate is live too, I believe.
On Rumble?
Yeah, he's also live.
Shit.
Haram!
Okay.
I mean, what Elon Musk said was that it's not even going to be an interview; it's going to be a conversation. So, it seems like it's not going to be very much structured. It's going to be interesting how they go about saying certain things and what areas they cover. They're essentially going to focus on things that are going to benefit them the most. I doubt they'll talk about foreign policy that much then, will they?
Probably not, which I think is one of the most important. I think is the most important issue this election, personally. But
yeah, definitely, because people are concerned about World War, right?
Predictions on who's going to win. Shoot.
I think Trump's going to win, yeah.
Think so?
Yeah.
What do you think, Myron?
Well, the campaign needs help. If he doesn't fix what's going on, they're not going to win.
I want Trump to win, but in my knowledge of what's happening, Kamala got it. Because people are going to vote for a woman, and they're going to vote for black, and they're going to vote for freedom of men.
So I'll be honest with you. I don't think any of the elections are legit, right?
Thank you.
So if none of the elections are legit, if every single election is basically decided rather than voted on, then the question becomes who have they chosen, whoever they may be, the military industrial complex, the deep state, whatever terminology or word you want to use. I mean, you guys know what word I use for that. But coming back to it, so who have they chosen? What we've seen is Silicon Valley. We've seen all of the billionaire donors, Bill Ackman, all of them being liberal for a very long time, supporting the the Democrat candidate, have all switched in unison after what happened on October the 7th. And you saw as soon as the university protests happened, you saw these people really almost be shook and almost conglomerate, basically merge together and go towards a different candidate. That was Trump. And so you've seen these billionaire donors, you've seen these rich people and Silicon Valley guys, all of them go towards Trump. So that kind of gives me an indication, amongst other things, that I think Trump's the guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I think that's a big reason why he brought Vance on. I think that's a huge reason why he brought
100%
JD Vance on, was because of those Silicon Valley connects and everything else like that, was because
without a shadow of a doubt.
But who's advising Trump? Because I don't know what's happening with bringing on Amber Rose, but that was some other people.
It's his campaign guy. It's his name is Chris something. Hold on, let me look it up.
Bro, does he need help from us, bro? We got the sauce, man. We know what's happening in the culture, because them niggas is not it, bro. Sorry, Lil Pump is cool, but that nigga's not it. Amber Rose is old man. Y'all niggas need help, bro.
Yo,
I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah, they said something about he was gonna do a diss song of Kamala Harris at a rally.
Who cares, bro? The only song I know from him that's still relevant now is "She's Such a Fucking Hoe."
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah,
but it's because of Kanye. Yeah. Other than that, nigga, who are you? Come on, Pump.
Yeah, Les Savita, Chris Les Savita is his main, like one of the main campaign managers. So, yeah, dude. Here's the thing. Right, and this is what the Democrats have always been. I talked about this on Twitter. I don't think I've talked about this with you guys here on YouTube yet. The Democrats are a lot better at being cool, right?
Yeah.
If you look at their campaign now, they're weird, right? They bring on more relevant people. Though we make fun of Meg Thee Stallion all the time, say she's a loser and degenerate.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say. And but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation. And it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. So this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation? So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire.
I can't interview Trump.
And so that's
you won't be allowed.
A part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very. I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah. And
because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle, so that was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to... I'm a believer. Now I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle. And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
It's a sign. Maybe that's a sign.
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment, the bullet missed your hit your ear, but missed your
someone
head.
Said Elon
the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great a great Trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, I'd like to give the family some kind of help. And I said, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, this is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back, which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him. So
Trump giving the sniper a lot of credit.
That's clearly
Trump giving the sniper a lot of credit.
You know, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, you know, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it, and she's screaming. Well, that guy's got a gun. You know, you saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like, I guess, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wandering by, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun. And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. You know, you're supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see. And a lot of press, too. There was, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate. Would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of,
I know this is important,
coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered. And
I mean, I think that, like, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like the. If you were to pick, like, what is the favorite? So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? Like, that building.
You're right.
That building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer, and then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast, and maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he got me, but it could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head, I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly,
I would not. I would not be talking to you.
He'd be talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think, over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something, right? And that happens often. and this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it didn't. It didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And so
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up, and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know. I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me, and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up, and they wanted. They have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher, and I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood, and they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the hand, before the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing. It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn,
this nigga Elon stutters more than fresh.
Saved your life, really. Was the illegal immigration?
What is he a billionaire?
Maybe
the comments are saying he's white fresh.
About that.
It was that
slide. That slide saved
your
life.
No,
really fast,
illegal immigration saved my life.
Fast.
You're right, but it was, I had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. Saved by illegal immigration.
The incredible thing, though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would have been a very different story. It's very much, I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted?
Well, I was going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and
mental fortitude.
The families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying, prior to being so horribly interrupted, but.
Yeah, so rudely interrupted by an assassination attempt.
But the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that, in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous chart. But that was the lowest point ever recorded. It was a really, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people. Kamala and Joe, you see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes. Sure. And in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that. But they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration and especially unvetted illegal immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately represent your position?
I say it very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked. Yeah. Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech saying there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums. And many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you look at, it's so sad, October 7th, because it should have never happened. Yeah. It's so sad when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something, because he's not too good.
More, where was the bell sound?
No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a secure border. And
secure elections.
Absolutely, secure elections. And so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our essential services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. But as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and I, speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think that
did you say
one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team?
Just how you said.
His brother actually said,
who do you want on Team America?
The clip.
And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are going to be great contributors to our society and to our economy, and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But
Mexicans.
Some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's, if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I hate to say, because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it.
Wow.
1.2
I hate
million.
it, but you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing,
I think you're right,
they're
yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into.
But that's what Castro did.
Yeah, well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be. Yeah. And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters and started pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people. Yeah. These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure, but had nothing to do with the problem is. But she was the border czar, and people can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her that. The fact is you could just call her, she was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times.
Someone said,
and sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So
she's in charge of the border.
Because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These are
people can look at my video and say, hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
these are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just non-productive. I mean, for whatever reason. They're not workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people for it. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country left. Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. You know, we think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, you know, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming, from the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails, although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, don't ever come back or you're going to be executed. And they don't want to come back. But they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well,
they're coming from everywhere.
Earth,
and there are a lot of really bad ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
well, Elon, we're going to have to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. The same with other countries. Sure. Some are at 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of? Yeah. And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. we cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different.
Yeah.
Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, no, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
and we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it, you take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president? Or is it someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage of the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline. The biggest pipeline, they were looking at that to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow. I allowed it in my first week, because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline. He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent.
Biden blew up the pipeline, so he's talking about.
But I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners, the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of them.
And that puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one of them, and I know them well. I know Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim Jong Un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart. They're vicious. And they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. Yeah. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise. Sure. You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil. But they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. You know, getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong Un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, you know, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, you know, all the different things. Yeah. But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were. They were epic everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too. Exactly. He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, you know, I mean, people like Kim Jong Un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well, he and I had a good relationship. Remember, I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say. Let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, you know, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern-day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat. Yeah. You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one-eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power. And we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that.
Yeah.
And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disaster. Sure. Hey, look, just in the two armies, you lost 500,000 people.
Damn.
And Ukraine's having a hard time. Yeah. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story.
So Trump's networking saved.
If you think about it,
back in the day.
Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us.
Understands.
And they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force. Yeah. So, and it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it.
Iron Dome's not
We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But, with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
They could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty
yes,
sad.
Absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon. And as much as I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening.
I thought this was
and
a
we'll end that
conversation.
Well, I
quickly.
think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending.
He knows,
and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now, your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product, I have to say. I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible.
Not a minor detail. What you talking
but the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Right. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible, and so the country lives within its means, just like a person.
The waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I went through it, like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy number.
It's a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by
the numbers are astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, "You want to quit?" They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina,
well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
Congratulations! I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big, he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan. You know that. He ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme, too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000.
Argentina doing a terrible job. I don't know what you're talking about. Economy's collapsing, they're struggling.
Not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah,
very unstable.
Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense, and
which allows
Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that
give Elon a job.
Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country.
100 years ago.
And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now, you look at Gavin Newscum, the governor of California, he's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great. And 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. but if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do a good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. No, but I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
People moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well.
That's the only thing that's going to get them changed.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money. And they went into a form of chapter. And it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. The family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, as you're saying, a lot of people are concerned about the economy. A lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money, and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation. And if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living. That's a really big deal.
The people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money, and then they got no interest on their money, and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. Those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago. When you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate,
you
like have sensible regulations. So because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. If
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in. And we had to focus on that. And nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, you know, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, you know, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, you know, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. You know, we got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, you know, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, you know, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for, you know, almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard, they were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about, like, you know, maybe my views on, you know, climate change and oil and gas, because I think it probably different from what most people would assume, because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving and the economy would collapse. So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry. And the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. Sure. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there for. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as
they've been telling us that for 30 years.
A lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So, I mean, it still gives us, so what it means is like, we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like, we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming, or,
so Elon is like
prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore, have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to
they've been telling
create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet. Yeah. But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around. Very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like, we're going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS.
Cool, Argentina too.
But I mean, my view is like, if you just look at sort of parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that, it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5. And then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard, right? Just
climate control, guys.
So it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So we don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we want to just move over, and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're
like a 10-minute ad.
I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay.
Live stream.
So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And
we shall die tonight.
On balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower, but like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry,
I'm like Elon,
and without causing hardship in the short term. I think this can be done.
I'm just kidding.
Without, but people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, the sexy Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It was probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, So, but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we do so without demonizing people.
Right. I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because, you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But
that's why they changed the word.
I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first.
I thought the right word,
but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem, because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Trump's talking about nuclear warfare, and Musk is talking about nuclear power.
There's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that,
maybe they'll have to change the name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas when you see what happened.
We'll
have to rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened.
It does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. you realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right
no,
about
it
it.
is true. Like they're just mixing nuclear fallout
after
and
Fukushima
nuclear
happened
power.
in Japan, people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
right.
it's really not something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. In the big case in Florida, we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly. He's clearly like we just don't have a president. Right
you
now.
don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place, and she is a radical left San Francisco liberal, and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump. If that's possible. I don't think it's possible.
So she's radical
but she
left,
wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's
contradiction.
She wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
No, and everybody knows it's not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. The day, if they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that,
I don't think Trump
the lunatics that really believe in that,
anti-critical race theory too.
They won't vote for her. You know, like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Her husband's a Jewish.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Jewish man.
And
women demonstrate.
Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person, or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel,
he doesn't want to win.
If you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him, because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, you know, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her running mate signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay. Now, that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that means she believes in that, too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel, radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion.
Kamala,
and I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country this election, and I'm just stating my opinion. Now, you know, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, saying, you know, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and you know, there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries. And
EU.
You know, what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, We protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible.
It doesn't meet the specs.
The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, you know, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. It's if you add up the European nations that, you know, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size when you say as us, and they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, you know, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, you know, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not.
True.
But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And you know.
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade.
Yeah, but what's the reason for that?
Yeah, well,
NATO's
I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's
basically U.S.
It's like
body
then,
that controls
why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, you know, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, you know, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. Yeah. You know, I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media, you didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, you know, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have it.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that you know, we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
So this is like talking to an NPC. No. So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today.
I remember she looks
like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe I think
we'll leave it there, right?
Part of what people in America want to.
Did he just say Kamala Harris
want to
looks
feel
like Melania?
excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past. Reach new heights that make you proud to be an American and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent. And when I debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think
asking for more work.
We could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
Right.
We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah.
You don't even need much structure, assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. With crazy people, it's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating, and I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains they call them, I guess, and they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take sort of I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And, it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months. That improves people's lives. I think I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try.
Well.
This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
Sure.
Somebody signs. You sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S. Yeah. I mean, they get more regulations than we do. That's true. Why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe. And it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and these are the risks, these are the risk, and you make your own decision. Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You get a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow.
What is the number?
It's 1.3. I think it's 1.1 now. Million.
Okay.
Well, wow. I think in terms of people,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Yeah, 1.1 million in here.
I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation.
Guys, we're going to do the news after this.
A few days.
Stay tuned.
Yes. It's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or
looking at the number of people who viewed the tweet?
Well, you're better off when I was president. Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it.
There will have been about 20.
And you know, they also feel very unsafe.
Already.
You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
you know, I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And you know, my mom lives in New York, and I was like, you know, Mom, you know, have any of your friends, you know, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going to, and they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, you know, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let, you know, violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get, they prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the you know, New York spending massive resources prosecuting you. And it's like, what's this, you know, and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. You know, the legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to, you know, some you know, legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one, I mean, this is a very bad precedent, what they're doing in terms of, you know, going after their political opponent. And that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent. And then you get a judge who's, you know, a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases crooked as hell. But you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and, you know, you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate, it could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats. And you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back.
They give you a wealthy.
So, you know, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast. And people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right, absolutely.
So
and I just want I want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. You know, we can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
Well, it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just to say here, you know, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. Already? And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorsed you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, you know, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. Damn. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
It's a very real risk.
Yep.
And it's, you know, I'd just like to note to people listening, like, I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like, sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd, because I'm like making electric vehicles and, you know, solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually
Musk is so
you know,
I
supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and. You know, so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'm actually, I call myself,
that's money, isn't it?
You know, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we were just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, we want to have a future that is prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture.
The most ridiculous.
I think this is a case of the America is kind of at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take the path to, like, you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone-cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands. Yeah. And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand. They call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country, okay? So you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple.
Maduro,
and you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes. And then you arrest the violent criminal and then the DA, doesn't prosecute and just let the guy out. Yeah. Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon.
Well, even worse, Elon,
nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer, and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others,
you
couldn't get him back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get him back. Because under Obama, he couldn't get him back. They'd fly him in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries, so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring him back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring him back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many. The MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here, and their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid, and once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take them back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? They might kill someone, they might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to where, because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now. And but I do think we want to move, at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think
making money is your value.
And so I mean that's
because Twitter loses a lot of money.
Why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense. But you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. Has been, to me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election.
Firing up the Twitter stream.
And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot. I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
That was 2 hours of some good information, I believe. First thoughts on this, I guess you could bring this up, but I mean, man, that was different.
I mean, it wasn't
groundbreaking.
Yeah, it wasn't groundbreaking. There wasn't any kind of new pieces of information. I think he went into some details. I think there's a lot to talk about what happened in that interview.
Yeah. Truth, some lies.
Well, as an example, well, I'll wait for some of the points for like Myron to come back. But as an example, just to start off, like I made a lot of notes, right? But the point is, when you look at the interview and you look at the scenario, first of all, let's understand what's happened here. What's happened is you've basically got the CEO of a social media platform, which is meant to be an unbiased platform, right? It's meant to have completely equality, endorsing one specific side.
Yeah.
Now, with that comes the problem of, like, is Twitter a really fair platform where you're going to get both views? Many people on the left argue that they don't get the same level of engagement that people do in the right. And I know that's the same problem that you've got in Rumble as well, where, I mean, Rumble is very much a right platform. Is there anyone on the left on Rumble?
There are a few, but not
who
to speak of. A very small amount.
I don't even know anyone.
See, the channels definitely not on my radar. But
Yeah.
Few.
Yeah. So my point is, and so Twitter's like that. So don't get me wrong, like there are people on the left, but when I look at Twitter, it is moved way a lot to the right. But at least with Twitter, you have this scenario where anyone can grow, anyone can do well, anyone can go big. Like I went big on Twitter. I wouldn't say I'm really far on the right. I'm probably some aspects I'm in the left and some aspects in the right, probably more towards the left. Anyone can do well, anyone can go big. Like I went big on Twitter.
We're getting some feedback real quick.
Really far on the right. What's better than speaking is hearing yourself. On the right, not towards the left. Anyone can do
Myron,
well,
mute yourself, bro.
Big.
In the back.
I went big on
Twitter. Some feedback real quick. Maybe the Twitter.
On the right. What's better than speaking is hearing yourself. On the right, not towards the left. Anyone can do well. Guys, you're getting TV twice.
Feedback real quick. Maybe the Twitter. Your great voice.
Dream come true. Next level knowledge given to you not once but twice. You getting sorted?
Yeah.
All right, we're sorted. Technical issues. They got a team here. It isn't like when I'm doing it and I'm running around trying to figure out what's going on.
But you know what was apparent about that whole conversation with Elon?
Yeah.
He has a lot of self-interest. Like, he could even hide it. It was more like, okay, yes, I'm hearing what you're saying, Trump, but like, make sure we do this, and this is important to me. And it's like, he's a billionaire. He doesn't share our common interests. So I'm kind of like, bro, like this is about you, not really about us.
That you just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Like if you look at a decent part of that conversation, and look, like just don't be emotional. Like I know we've got Elon fanboys and we've got like Trump fanboys, but just like wake up and just think about it logically, right?
Yeah.
So he mentions about being part of somebody, and he's like, oh, I'd like to be part of that. He talks about deregulation. What's the reason for deregulation? Is so that he can then provide services without having to go through the many regulation barrier.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the same MAGA movement that has complained significantly about COVID and have complained that the vaccine was put through too quickly with minimal regulations. Because normally vaccines go through a decent amount of regulatory process, that the red tape was removed regulation didn't happen, and therefore the vaccine is dangerous. This is the argument that you get from people who are Trump fans and people from the right. And yet here the argument is that he wants deregulation. Now, I'm not saying Trump agreed to that because he obviously didn't agree to that. But I'm saying if he did agree to that, that would kind of go against this idea or perspective that people in the MAGA movement have. In addition to that, if you look at Elon's actions throughout the world, they're not about what's right, what's wrong, other than his kind of control from like certain type of people. Let's put that aside. Separate to that, what he is about is which country is going to give him access as an individual so he can make money. So Javier Milei, he loves Javier Milei, right? You mentioned it on the interview just now. Javier Milei is what? He is somebody who is just a massive, he just lets Elon take resources from his country. They've got lithium deals, I believe, or they're negotiating them. They basically things that financially benefit him. But if you look at what Javier Milei has done to the country, he has absolutely destroyed the country, right? The economy is on its knees. He basically removed the subsidies, and then what happened was that caused hyperinflation in the country. People are starving. I think he removed 70,000 jobs. Pensions, he removed like 30% of pensions or something.
Damn.
And so the country is in extreme recession, right? Or moving towards recession. So Javier Milei, since he's been in charge, has completely destroyed the country. But why is it that these two individuals are praising him? For Elon Musk, it's self-interest. For Donald Trump, obviously, we know it's because Javier Milei is a massive Donald Trump fan. But in addition to that, again, Javier Milei is a Zionist. He does go to Israel significantly. He did convert to Judaism. All of these have major factors that are showing this kind of aspect of where Elon supports someone and where sometimes Donald Trump supports someone. You saw in the interview, right? Musk didn't even mention Israel. If anything, he was trying to deflect away from that conversation. And why I'm mentioning that is this. Look, everybody knows my position on this. But let's not talk about my position. Let's not talk about my ideas or thoughts. But let's look at it from a U.S. election perspective. From a U.S. election perspective, you have, and I travel the U.S. and I speak to people from the left and from the far left who actually are the left and far left. Many of them said, we're not going to vote for Biden. Like what he has done in terms of Israel and Gaza, we just as humans cannot vote for him.
Right.
That entire voter base, which isn't just Muslims, actually the vast majority of people I spoke to weren't Muslims.
Right.
That entire voter base is ready to vote for a president who is not going to be for war, who is going to be for peace. Right? So he has this opportunity. If I was advising Trump, I would have been like, look, Israel and Palestine, like, don't even talk about it. And then people will think that you're better and just say, look, I'm going to end the war. I'm going to end it. I'm going to end just use those. That way you don't offend the Israelis and you don't offend the Palestinians. So this is another example of those people who are around him and not putting his interests in place. So either the election is already guaranteed for him, because I don't believe the elections are legit.
I don't either, honestly.
Yeah. Or the plan is for Kamala to win. So like other than that, like it makes no sense that he's making these terrible decisions.
Yeah, I just find it funny that Elon's whole spiel was self-interest, and it was good to have that talk between them, the conversation, but you could just tell he was all about self-interest for sure. 100%.
Oh, he was, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's make no mistake about it. And this is another example of Silicon Valley tech people coming in and getting on the Trump wagon, right? Because
for their business,
and then everything else like that. The thing I think that for me that stuck out the most during this interview this discussion was Trump saying what I have been saying for a couple of weeks now, that foreign policy is by far the most pressing and most important issue in this election. Immigration's cool, obviously inflation, everything else like that. But that stuff, you know, I don't want to sound like a jerk here, but if you're poor, it doesn't matter if Trump comes in office. He's not going to save you. If you're rich and Trump comes in office, you're more than likely going to stay rich. He'll probably help you with your taxes, right? He's very real estate friendly and small business owner friendly. So the reality is where you are economically isn't contingent upon who's in office, right? But, right, because that's in your control if you're going to make money or be a brokey or not.
Yeah.
But what's not in your control is foreign policy, because the commander-in-chief runs that, right? And I like the fact that Trump highlighted the fact that he's able to go ahead and get along, or at best, quell hostile situations with adversaries, right? He comes into office when Obama's done. What's the biggest problem? North Korea. What does he do? He meets with Kim Jong Un, right? Maybe they might not be the best of friends, but there was a mutual respect there. Like, look, you know what? I like you, you like me. Our nations don't have to have, you know, the issues that we've had before. Because I remember, because Obama came in 2008, he left in 2016. He was there for 8 years. And I was in high school and then college throughout the entire process. And I remember North Korea in the news all the fucking time. Nuclear program, they don't want to comply with this, they don't want to comply with that. Tensions arise. Obama did not get along with North Korea whatsoever. And I'm glad that Trump was able to come in and kind of deal with that. And they took those iconic photos when they met. Russia, right? People can talk all the shit they want. I was in a space with some liberal morons. Oh, well, you know, Trump came into office and he didn't stop the conflicts in Ukraine. Well, those conflicts began when Obama was in. If we want to talk about Russia coming in and taking over Crimea or whatever else in 2014, or the coup that happened, that was all under Obama, and that was our CIA that was involved in that. We put Zelensky in place. So I think, and then also Trump's like, he didn't support NATO like that, right? He talked about this. Hey, these guys got to start paying up, etc. I think that was a big part in, and then obviously mutual respect as well. I think that was a big part in Putin not invading Ukraine. But he saw an opening. Biden's idiot. He's a moron. He's super pro-Ukraine. They keep encroaching onto closer to Moscow. They have biological weapons here. They're gonna make they're flirting with Ukraine becoming a member of NATO. All this shit, right? Violating the Minsk agreements, all this stuff. So Putin was like, "Fuck this. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna make sure that NATO expansion doesn't continue." Because for many years, if you guys watched the interview that he did with Tucker Carlson, by the way, for many years, Putin had warned, "Hey, stop getting closer to Moscow. You guys promised that you weren't going to expand the NATO border," and they kept fucking doing it. So, of course he's going to invade, right? So, and then Israel, October 7th, right? Obviously, we didn't hate. I mean, Iran has always been adversary of ours, but hey, China, you can't buy oil from Iran, right? So at least he kept in a position where they weren't making as much money, so they couldn't go ahead and help the Hamases and the Hezbollahs and all these other places that have issues with Israel. But regardless, I think his foreign policy at least kept wars at bay.
Yeah. I think for Trump, what he did was he was smart about things. You know the saying, if you can't beat him, join him? He said, you know what? If I can negotiate, I can stop the fighting. And at least on that standpoint, he was able to push back the war. But Biden, of course, puppet. Kamala's going to be a puppet as well. And then it's like, hold on. You want to elect Kamala over Trump? Well, guess what? They won't respect her either. Because to me, they respect Trump all the way. So if you can negotiate with them, talk to them, they'll back down. But Kamala, what's she going to negotiate?
I don't think foreign powers are going to respect Kamala as a leader at all.
As a woman, come on, bro.
Yeah, it's already bad enough she's a female. Let's just keep it a million. Yeah, it's already bad enough she's a female. And then on top of that, she's an incompetent female.
Bro, she's going to say the same thing. What did you say all the time? The time to be was the time to go. Oh, tomorrow's time is the time.
Yeah, we are unburdened burdened by sea or some dumb shit like that.
Bro.
Something like that.
So I just think that at that point Trump was a G because he held it down and stopped a lot of war from happening. So.
Yeah.
So I agree with you both in terms of if Trump was in charge, this wouldn't happen, and he showed in this
with Russia, Israel, or all of it.
So both. So okay. Like Russia, Ukraine. One thing I would give credit in this interview is that you basically had a scenario where he clearly laid out the real reason for why the Ukraine-Russia war happened, which is not something any of the NATO countries really say. He said that Putin only had a couple of demands, which was NATO expansion. That happened. And the
Western media never talks about that,
exactly.
Bro. They never talk about NATO expansion.
On purpose,
exactly.
Ever.
Exactly.
Most Americans, to be honest with y'all, probably didn't hear about NATO expansion until Tucker finally interviewed Putin.
True.
And then if you mention it, you know what they call you? They call you a Putin puppet or a Russia shill.
Yeah.
But sorry, continue on, Sulaiman.
Yeah, that, and then also this. So that was, and the second thing was that basically the US, through NATO partners, was supplying weapons to Ukraine. Now, just think about it logically. Like, no country is going to allow their sovereignty to be impacted in that way. It's like, for example, a foreign nation sending a huge amount of weapons to Mexico. Russia then basically expanding and taking control of Mexico. America would never, ever allow that. So what I liked about that
if Iran put a military base in fucking, Mexico City, we'd be in there tomorrow.
Exactly.
And I don't think Americans understand. They're like, well, our national security matters only. Our national security matters only. Well, other countries are going to have their national security interests. And Ukraine being a proxy for the United States and having biological weapons there, having a president in place that is pro-Russia, that's pro-United States, pro-NATO, etc. A guy that that doesn't respect Russia, right? They're looking at this like this is an adversarial situation. We need to come in and deal with this before it becomes a problem in our footstep.
Especially when it was an unwritten agreement. It was like an unwritten agreement that there would never be this expansion, that Ukraine would never join NATO. So, I mean, Putin was basically forced into it, because if he didn't do anything, you would have had a scenario where he wouldn't have been respected and he would have been the kicking boy of the entire situation. And they would have took control of Ukraine, and then they would expand into Russia.
And 3 or 4 different presidents have lied to him. Clinton, Obama, Bush, and obviously Trump came in, and I think Trump stopped the NATO bullshit because he came in and said, yo, we're not going to keep paying for this. Like, this is ridiculous. And I think that stopped.
They not only lied to him, what's worse is they didn't even hide the fact that they lied to him. So when they broke the Minsk agreement, they literally came out, the president of France at that time came out and literally said, yeah, we did not. We broke the Minsk agreement was only there to make Russia not do anything for a short period of time. And our plan was always to break it. This came out, and I believe the the person in charge of Germany.
Some idiot tried to, when I was in the Twitter space, well, America was even in the Minsk agreements. That's irrelevant, dummy. Like, it was a NATO agreement, and the countries that were involved were part of NATO. It's all one. Putin doesn't give a fuck about just the United States by itself. Obviously, they're the leader of NATO, but all the NATO powers are a threat to him. Like, I don't know.
So I agree with you and I agree with Trump. So look, like I've hammered Trump a lot on this space, and I'll probably continue to do so, and as well as Musk. But on this, I completely agree. So that definitely wouldn't have happened under Trump. The second thing is in terms of Israel, Palestine. So would have Hamas? I think Hamas still would have attacked, but maybe because the whole point is would have Hamas attacked, right?
Yeah.
I think that they would have attacked, and the reason is because Hamas had to attack. Because if they didn't, the other option is that you accept complete annihilation. You accept complete ethnic cleansing, because Trump wasn't going to get a two-state solution. That was quite clear. He even said himself that when he spoke to the Palestinian Authority, they were very open to it. When he spoke to Netanyahu was literally just playing him along. So it was quite clear that Trump even could not get the two-state solution because of Netanyahu. So if that's the case, and then you're seeing basically normalization throughout the entire region, and then you're going to see that basically the ethnic cleansing, because these settlements are increasing, Trump gives Golan Heights, Trump moves the embassy. So all of these things, I think October 7th probably still would have happened.
And if Trump can't do it, you think Biden and Kamala could do it? Yo, I just thought about this, right, bro? Imagine Kamala. Can she even name 3 countries? Like, bro, I'm just saying, yo, you're gonna
probably not
for this 3 or 4,
probably
and it's like,
not,
bro, like she's gonna lead our country. Tell, like, come on, man.
Probably not, bro.
That's well, man. But you know what gets me though?
What?
The population itself is so dumbed down. They worried about Taylor Swift and what she's doing. Rather than the war coming.
She's going to endorse Kamala too. Get ready. Probably in a month or 2.
That's
what's going to suck is all those girls that are like, oh my God, Tayller Swift said this. I'm going to go do it too.
Yep.
And it's funny. Somebody interviewed some girls.
You already got girls doing TikTok dances.
I forgot his name.
Yeah.
He went around interviewing girls about who they're voting for. You know what they all said in unison? I don't want a man to lead me. I want to be independent. And Kamala's going to give me that freedom. I said, yo, this is crazy. But then again, they're using the trope of, okay, you know what? Here's the freedom you want as a woman. Don't vote for Trump. Vote for Kamala. This is scary, bro. This is scary, bro. This is really scary, because that is going to sway a lot of things to her direction.
No, but then what that shows is this, and it's something Myron mentioned before the interview, that, and obviously a number of other people have mentioned, that the Trump campaign has been making horrible decision after horrible decision. We've just given an example. I just gave an example just before about why basically ignoring the vote, the anti-war vote, which is actually something Trump could actually win. Because you guys have just explained, we've all just explained why Trump is the guy where there wouldn't be war. You have a huge element of the left who are not just woke, but they're just not anti-war. You could have won them.
Okay, I see what you mean. He needs to pull the moderates in By being anti-war.
Yeah, but
Okay.
and even people in the left, the left classically have always been anti-war. Like, I consider myself left, generally speaking, on a lot of issues. That is because the left classically, not this woke stuff, not this feminism stuff, it was always anti-war. It was, and so
when it comes to foreign policy.
Yeah. So in that regard, you've got all this vote, which Americans are telling me when I went out throughout the US speaking to these liberals, that we're not going to vote for Biden. We're not going to vote for him because of what he's done to Gaza. So if you've got this vote, who is telling him to make these statements where he wasn't even pushed about Israel? He was proactively stating it. And so therefore he's intentionally disregarding that vote, which would have guaranteed him, in my view, the election. So that tells me that...
Well, hold on. Who's his biggest donator? A woman named Mira Madelson.
Exactly. Well, she's one of them. And then you've got many people. She is, as well as you've got many people in Silicon Valley who've moved across to him.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Peter Thiel, all these guys.
Peter Thiel, Bill Ackman, all of them have moved across to him. So now the question becomes, you're talking about the donors though. So the real question is this. That's what makes me think that either the election is either going to be scammed and he's going to be given it. Or the other hand is that these people are intentionally sabotaging him because this huge vote that is available to him, he's disregarding it. That's one example. The other example is what you just said now, where they've been, if you look at his vote, it looks very static. They're not basically campaigning in a great way. You explained them TikTok dances that people are doing for Kamala. Her social media game is really good.
Yeah.
So again, you're seeing another example of, and Trump didn't even come on Twitter till today. This is so another example of how the social media game has been really bad. If you look at even the attacks, look, this used to work in the past, but like people think it's childish now. You know, when you're talking, okay, Kamala, we know she pretended she was like, oh, I'm black, and now she's saying no, she said she was Indian, then she said she was black. That obviously shows a certain level of like strange behavior. But to keep on going on about it, or keep on going on about couches and these type of things, it kind of shows. What people do is think, oh, he's a child. And then they don't want to vote for him as well. So all of these strategies are horrible. And what is showing is that this entire Trump team is either he's having terrible strategies or they're sabotaging him.
I promise you, bro, whoever's advising him is doing a terrible job. Because, like you just said before, that demographic of people that will actually vote for him for anti-war is somebody's losing. But I think a bigger thing to note is that, like, Trump right now, is he the same Trump from back in the day? Because the Trump back in the day was powerful,
I'm gonna pull up an article on this.
Loud, and he was like actually the voice of the people. I feel like he's being controlled now.
Yeah,
low key, either by our friends overseas or people here. But what can we do now at this point? Either way, he's a better option than Kamala Harris.
Well, this is the problem. When he appointed J.D. Vance, that was a prime example of, again, a terrible decision and, as you said, possibly being controlled. This is J.D. Vance has connections to Silicon Valley. He has connections to possibly the CIA. He has definitely connections to Peter Thiel. And so he's basically his puppet, right? So when he's basically putting him into power, either, again, it's a terrible decision, or there's a chance that he's sold out. This is a guy who literally was like, I'm a never Trumper. He said Trump basically partook in sexual abuse. He also said that Trump is a Nazi. So he made all of these statements about Trump, and then he got put in because of Peter Thiel. So again, it shows, as you said, either he's sold out or his team are making horrible, horrible decisions.
I will say this. So I'll give credit to J.D. Vance on this. He went and did a round of interviews on adversarial networks. Okay, I'm sending you a link right now, Bills. And I think he perfectly summed up Kamala Harris. And this is also going to lead me to my next point. It's the last link I sent you, not the Newsweek one, Bills. It's the one on Twitter. We'll play this clip here real fast. What was that? We're playing audio too? Yeah, it's audio. Yeah. It's a tweet of mine. I played a video. I think it's from AB. It was either MSNBC or ABC. No, this is CNN. Yeah. So he went on all the liberal ones. CNN, ABC, MSNBC, etc. So, let's roll this clip. He's asked about Kamala Harris.
Oh, no volume.
Yeah. You might have to bring the speed down a little bit. I would
see, like, the headline is basically the point I'm making.
Turn black. Yo. Comment about this too. Her being black.
Is it not playing?
It might be the output from.
Yeah, I can't hear it
from Twitter.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, the tab's muted? Okay.
There we go.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
We got it.
I believe that Kamala Harris is whatever she says she is, but I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon. She pretends to be one thing in front of one audience. She pretends to be something different in front of another audience. Look, Dana, she's not running a political campaign. She's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border, but now she doesn't. She should have to answer for why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies to another audience. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at. This is a fundamentally fake person. She's different depending on who she's in front of. I believe that Kamala Harris...
Pause. This is absolutely fucking true.
Facts.
Whether it's her walking out of the record store, holding the record, right, while knowing that the black media is going to be there, or her, talking to a bunch of, the LGBT community saying, I'm going to give you X, Y, Z. And then she goes on in a rally with this dude, Waltz, and says, oh, yeah, I had this bill on immigration and all this other crap. She says what makes sense depending on who's looking at her at the time. Doing these interviews saying that, oh, yeah, I was listening to Tupac and Snoop Dogg in the 80s. Bruh, Snoop Dogg didn't even come out with his first album until like 94.
94.
What are you talking about?
So you know what's funny about what she's doing right now? Is a form of networking. Now it sounds crazy, but it's kind of smart what she's doing because she's acquiescing to whoever.
Explain you're meant to be the best networker from what I know.
So she's acquiescing to whoever she's in front of for their votes, of course. Now, granted, her audience of the black community is going to be swayed by rappers, people in that industry, and people that have a likeness to that culture. So food, music, that's going to be more for the black vote. And my thing is like, for her doing this, honestly, people are dumb, so they're going to fall for it. And as a result of them falling for it, she wins that vote. Now, granted though, people of a higher IQ can see what she's doing bar for bar. The problem is that like people that are not of that IQ are going to be like, yo, this is amazing. She's for us. She's with us. She's bringing our favorite people on stage to talk as well, and that's going to bring her that vote. But I think, honestly speaking, for who she is, look, this is me being very real here. It might sound kind of crazy, but like, this is what whores do, bro. Whores pretend to be, I like you, and they'll play the game to get what they want. And once they get what they want, they'll just drop it.
I sent you a tweet, Bill.
Like nothing. And my thing is like, I'm gonna call her actual whore. I don't know, man. I'm just saying that's what whores do. So she fits the narrative very well for
and slimy politicians.
And I will say this. It does bring the vote to her, and I can't even argue that because she's playing her cards correctly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's not whores, it's just all women.
So,
bad.
So I went on a rant about this the other day, right? Because this shit was pissing me off. And I go, why are Democrats so fucking retarded? Even the most liberal of leftists said Biden is one of the worst presidents of our lifetime. Which, by the way, before he dropped out the race, that's what everybody was saying. Yo, you need to drop out. We're pulling donors, etc. They were freaking out before the DNC.
Yeah.
Right? So why the fuck, right, are these smooth-brained Democrat retards getting behind the vice president? That means number 2 in charge of the country. Idiots, keep up. Of the very administration they were all threatening to abandon a month ago.
Yes.
Do these idiots not realize Kamala Harris is simply another fucking Joe Biden with an annoying cackle and longer hair? She's in office right fucking now, and the country's gone to shit. We've already seen her track record, and we don't need another 4 years of it, right? And I go Trump 2024. And I don't think Americans understand this. The idiot Krassenstein brothers, right? They're all over Twitter. They're always talking shit about Trump all day, which is fine. You can have your criticisms of Trump. I have some criticism of Trump. The 2 things I dislike about him the most are his massive support for Israel and the vaccine. Those are the 2 things I strongly disagree with him about.
Huge things, though.
Yeah. The vax, we all know it was on some BS, and then Operation Warp Speed, which I think was a monumental failure. And then obviously getting behind Netanyahu, who doesn't want a 2-state solution. Right? Those are my things. But the Krassenstein brothers, these 2 fucking idiots, right, literally admitted, I'll find it on Twitter, Kamala hasn't come out with like a full-on policy yet of what she plans to do. No one knows what she's really going to do. They even admitted, yeah, we don't know yet. She's going to come out with her full policy thing on Monday. And I'm like, why have you guys been posting about her for months? What the fuck? You don't even know what she stands for. But it goes back to what you were saying before. People don't even know what they're supporting. They don't even know. They just want to vote against Trump so bad, and they dislike him that they're just like, I'm just not going to vote for Trump. I'm going to go ahead and vote for Kamala, or I'm going to go vote for RFK, or whatever. People dislike Trump so much that they will vote for somebody else, even when they don't know their policies.
We've seen what happens to people with smear campaigns. They did it to Trump. Trump had a good standing, of course, back in the day. Maybe not the best standing because some of his comments, but the whole take on him being charged and all this stuff is going against the narrative. Now, granted, people that don't know are not of high IQ will say, "Oh, he's a bad person. Don't vote for him." But like you just said, her policies, we don't even know.
And here's the other thing too.
Yeah.
Look, she can say whatever she wants to say. Oh, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. She's in office right now. Like, I don't get like how people don't understand this. She's the vice president of the United States, you fucking idiots. She is the second in command. Okay? Right now, as we speak, she is the second in fucking command. Honestly, she's number one because Biden is out of commission. She's effectively running the country right now, and people don't understand this. Like, I don't think people understand like how American politics work. We got three branches: executive, judicial, etc. Like, I genuinely believe that most Americans, if you ask them who's second in command, and I asked them, do you know who the vice president of the United States is? They wouldn't even know it's her.
Blinken.
But we know what she's going to do, though. Whatever they tell her to do.
But look, I've like I said, I've got a slightly different perspective on this.
People are so stupid.
I have got a slightly different perspective on this because look, when it comes to policies, you generally don't know politicians' policies. They never be specific about it. Let me give you an example with Trump. I'll give you a few. And by the way, I know Kamala's worse, but what's his position on abortion? He's not said it, right? It's some people
delegated to the states.
Yeah, he delegates
no position on it.
Yeah, he's not got a position. He wants to delegate to the states. But if you ask him his own position, he stated like, oh, it should be 90. He called Ron DeSantis an extremist for holding 6 weeks as an example, right? Which is a conservative position. In addition to that, if you look at his position on Israel, he keeps saying we're going to end it. He doesn't actually specifically say it. No one knows what his position is. Actually, I think he should have been a bit more vague, actually, if he was smart, but he's not.
Yeah. I have an estimation of what I think he's going to do. But finish what you're going to say and I'll go after.
And so when you look at a number of his policies, I don't think they're as clear as well. The second point is this. In terms of Kamala, remember, this is what the Trump campaign has been telling us, that the vice president in reality does not have no power, right? For example, Pence didn't really have real power. And now J.D. Vance, he's not going to have real power. The only time he's going to have real power is if you kill Trump, right? So if that's the case, then in reality, that works for Kamala Harris as well, that she is the vice president. So in reality, she doesn't have real power. The person who has real power in the current presidency, in reality, is Blinken, or it is...
Well, technically, it's the third person. Speaker of the House is actually third in command.
Yeah. But
which is crazy.
Yeah.
Johnson.
So that's in command in terms of like if the president gets murdered.
Yeah, that's the order of secession.
Yeah, and if Vance gets murdered, then. But in terms of actual concrete power, like right now, it's probably Blinken, right?
For foreign policy,
yeah,
for sure.
For foreign policy,
for sure.
There's a video.
Secretary of State.
Take over real quick. The last one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, when it comes to that, I don't think you can. Now, in terms of Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. Yeah. So in terms of her, yeah, she is a chameleon, but I think that's in reality. If I was giving Trump advice, I would have said to him as well, like, be a bit more vague on certain issues. I would have told him to be a bit more vague on the Israel issue, and I would have told him that, say, look at my track record. I was anti-war, and with Israel, I'm gonna make sure it ends, and that way you just stay very.
He
vague.
has said that before. He said, I'm gonna give them what they need. And we're gonna end it.
No, but he kept on saying finish the job.
Yeah,
and that sounds but that's worse because that's basically saying finish the genocide. So that's why language is important and so I think that part of being a politician is you need to be a bit more smarter. You need to be a bit more.
Of course.
So I think in that regard, Kamala is getting away with it. And in reality, let's be clear, people are dumb. So you don't need to give them policy.
You don't have to.
If I was advising Kamala, I'd be telling her to do what she's doing right now.
Real quick, this is why
the American public clearly doesn't care. You're right.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't care.
People don't care.
People are dumb. This is why. Question for you guys on the panel: has feminism taken over America? Yes or no?
100%.
Yeah.
So imagine
both the left and the right.
Imagine,
and I'd take it a step further. It's allowed a lot of the other isms to rear their ugly heads.
Now imagine they can, for once in their lifetime, choose a woman that is black.
I've seen this video before.
Empowers them and gives them the freedom to be whoever they want to fucking be. You could be gay, you could be straight, you could be an item, you could be it. Now, imagine a president that's a woman for the first time ever. It never happened in history, right? Here, Gerald Ford explains to you how it can happen. We played this before, but just to rehash what's happening now in real time. Go ahead, Bills, if you don't mind. It's crazy, by the way. You seen this? This back in the day, him saying when someone actually become a president as a woman. The only way it would ever happen.
Yeah, this is one of the things I always praised America about. I was like, Americans, however bad you say about Americans, like however much you want to insult them, one thing they've not done is like basically vote a woman in as president.
Well, hold on. Here we go.
Mr. Ford, what advice would you give a young lady wanting to become president of the United States?
This is 1989.
Well, I hope we do have a young lady at some point become president of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen, because it won't happen in the normal course of events. Either the Republican or Democrat political party will nominate a man for president and a woman for vice president. And the woman and man will win. So you'll end up with a president, a male, and a vice president, a female. And in that term of office of the president will die. And the woman will become president under the law or constitution. But that's the way it's going to happen.
So imagine, right? Is Biden left right now? He is, but not really. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, okay, now I do, yeah.
So my thing is like, bro, right now, I wish Trump would have a landslide and win. But, bro, the current society and population, bro, are they going to be smart enough to figure out what's going on? No.
No, but his argument is the same as mine. He's saying the only time in America.
Well, she wasn't even elected. The DNC is next week, I think.
Yeah.
They're going to probably nominate her.
Yeah, they are.
But she didn't get, not a single person voted for her.
Now, this is
but this is the problem with the entire DNC, though. If you look at the entire DNC and you compare it to RNC, like no one ever talks about this, but the RNC is extremely democratic. Like the people, the Republicans choose who's going to be their nominee. They win based on merit, and that's how you had someone like Donald Trump become the nominee in 2016.
Yeah,
you could never have a Donald Trump in the DNC, because the DNC, the way the system works is it's actually not the people who vote, because they have something called the super delegates, and the super delegates in reality just decide who it's going to be. So irrespective of the entire Democrat voters wanted Bernie Sanders as an example, they wanted Bernie Sanders, but what you knew that as soon as the super delegates come in, what's the name? Hillary's going to win. Even though we know they screwed him over anyway before that. But the entire Democratic DNC system is not democratic. It's literally...
If Bernie was a Republican, he probably would have got nominated, because he did have a lot of pushback before.
Yes, so 100%. So someone like Bernie is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump got chosen and voted in. So yeah, 100%.
Good point. That's actually a very good point.
DNC is the least
DNC is a good old boys club, even though they're not called the GOP.
Yeah.
Because that's what it stands for, the good old party or whatever. So the Democrats are actually the ones that it's more clicky with the good old boys.
Not just more, it is completely. So, like, for example, now you could have someone from the Democrat Party who has like kind of unique positions and unique ideas.
Because you're right, Trump was an outsider when he came in 2016. And here's the thing, that's why people loved him. He was not a politician.
He was
anti-establishment, all this other shit.
Yeah, he was
not a politician. That's why so many people, I mean, we might as well pull up my article real fast. But this segues perfectly into what I was going to say right here. On Newsweek, this came out a couple days ago, which and then there's been a bunch of mimic news articles on it. But this is the original one right here. It was the one I sent you before the... Yep. So this is huge, right, guys? And this covers actually perfectly into what's going on right now. America's far-right turns on Donald Trump campaign, right? This came out a couple of days ago. Can we make this a bit bigger? Right-wing political pundits Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer have launched attacks on former President Donald Trump's current campaign strategy, which isn't true. Laura Loomer didn't attack his campaign. Usually
as much as I dislike her, like, that'd be impossible.
Yeah, that's not true. She just said that, hey, we need to rethink the strategy, is what she said. Usually unwavering supporters of Trump, they have now declared open opposition, with Fuentes announcing a new Groyper War against the campaign. The unrest within the Republican Party comes after Democratic candidate Kamala Harris has seen a surge in polling in several battleground states since taking over Joe Biden, which, by the way, I want to let you guys know, she had a surge even though no one knows what her policies are and the country is currently failing and she's vice president of the United States. That's just to let you guys know how stupid people are in the United States.
Well, hold
anyway,
on. Just out to your point real quick.
Yeah.
She's actually smart. You know why? People don't care anymore.
Yeah.
They want to feel good.
It's
and
optics.
she makes them feel good because
It's
she accepts
smart.
them for who they are. I've seen the guy that did the interviews. He asked girls, why would you choose Kamala? Oh, I feel better when she talks about independence than me being free. And it's like, she's right. She can say blah, 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 but it sounds good to them. That's all they care about. So policies are going to...
She goes a bunch of word salad.
But it works because she's speaking her jargon. The black woman jargon.
She's speaking bimbo knees.
100%.
Bimbo knees.
It's crazy.
Good point. The unrest within the Republican Party comes after Democratic... in the last weeks, she has massively out-fundraised Trump's campaign and has pulled even with Trump in the betting markets where he was the favorite since March. Fu3ntes, a controversial political pundit known for his inflammatory rhetoric, took to social media on Thursday night to express frustrations. Dare I say I'm declaring a new Groyper War against the Trump campaign, he said in a video addressed on posted on X. The so-called Groyper War Fu3ntes refers to is a term co-created in 2019 to rally supporters of Trump and other right-wing individuals toward adopting white nationalist ideologies. His followers refer to themselves as Groypers. And the Groypers, as you guys know, are they use the Kermit the Frog emojis on Twitter. You have alienated us, you have ignored us, you don't listen to our concerns, we have been left behind. Now, this isn't just Nick. Candace Owens talked about this on Twitter, saying that there needs to be more energy in the Trump campaign. Obviously, Laura Loomer said this. Nick said this. And if I'm going to go ahead and summarize a lot of the criticisms, is this. The Trump we have now is not the Trump we put in office in 2016. He was anti-establishment. He was not a politician. He would say, we're going to fucking build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it, etc. Right? Not politically correct. Didn't give a fuck, right? And did what he did. Also, he didn't need donors. If you guys remember, like 2015, 2016, he was like, oh, I don't need their money. I got my own money.
Yeah.
And I have quite a bit of money, right? Yeah. So less relying on donors, anti-establishment, etc. Now, a big reason why a lot of people have complaints is they feel as though he's alienated the very people that put him in office back in 2016. He's disavowed Project 2025, which I think Project 2025 is pretty fucking based, to be honest with you. I like it, but he's disavowed it. He feels that it's too right-wing, right?
Called it extreme right-wing.
Yeah, they called it extreme right-wing. Radical right-wing. He's disavowed it on... can we pull up Project 2025 real quick? He disavowed Project 2025. He brought J.D. Vance in, who was not a supporter of his in 2016 when he originally ran, right? He brought in Chris, his campaign manager now, who was not a fan of his back in 2016. Obviously, a lot of the people that support the hardcore Trump supporters remember January 6, 2020, when Mike Pence, or 2021, when Mike Pence didn't support him with the vote. Remember, guys, when he didn't want to go ahead and support Trump with the vote, etc. He betrayed him, he backstabbed him, he testified against him with the FBI, etc. He was a critical component into the DC federal case, criminal case against Trump. So he was backstabbed. So they didn't like Vance coming in, who talked shit about him in 2016. They're like, bro, you've been betrayed before. You're bringing in people that you beat back in 2016 that disavowed you back then. Now you're bringing them into your campaign.
That's right.
You are turning into the very politician that we didn't want you to be, right? The very politicians that you campaigned against and beat in 2016, you're now bringing them into your campaign, which I understand those gripes, right? What else? Immigration. He's taken the Charlie Kirk thing where he says, hey, people that graduate need to get a green card attached to their diploma. He doesn't, right? A lot of people that supported him are anti-immigration altogether. And I'm trying to think what are some of the other... Those are the big ones I could think of.
Iran.
What was that?
Iran was the other one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yes. The war with Iran. No war with Iran. Right? So those are kind of the terms, especially for the Groyper War. I think that for Nick, that's like his biggest thing is like, he said, I'm not voting for Trump unless he could commit to not going to war with Iran, which honestly I think is a very fair thing. Going to war with Iran doesn't benefit anybody.
So hold on. So let me get this straight. I get people's gripes with Trump back then to now. Understandable. He's changed quite a bit. However, he's playing the game like he should play the game. The problem back in the time back then, he was playing the game. He's just doing what he felt was right. Now he's playing the game correctly. You got to move some things to get.
But you're gonna lose your loyal audience doing that.
You will, but dude, he's been through a lot. He's been through He's been through false accusations, friggin' charges, friggin' almost getting killed.
Which is why he needs the donors,
dude. He's not the same person. He's been through so much.
Also, if you look at it from a strategic perspective, like, look, I like the Groypers, right? Yeah. I think they're good. But if you think about it from Trump's perspective, he's saying, look, I'll throw them under the bus, but I'll get all of these people on my side. Silicon Valley, the mainstream people, the people who maybe in his mind he's thinking a bit more towards the left. If you look at a lot of his positions now, again, they're a bit more open.
He's a lot more moderate.
Yeah, he's a lot more moderate.
Way more moderate.
So he's thinking, I'm going to get that base and like forget these guys. That's literally what he's doing, and he's thinking strategically. That's a bigger base.
The other thing too, hold on. The other thing too that I think it's very important for people to understand. What I'm noticing is the strategy with this Republican push, the GOP push right now, is they're like, look, these MAGA supporters are diehard. They're going to vote for me no matter what.
True.
So what I need to do now is he's trying to convert the moderates.
That's right.
He's trying to convert the people like Elon Musk. He's trying to convert the people like the Ackmans, the Silicon Valley people, etc. But in doing so, you're pissing off the people that supported you in 2016.
But only some of them. This is what he's thinking strategic. He's thinking, as you said just before, 90% of them, they're going to follow me even if I tell them to jump in the river or jump in the sea.
Yeah, he does have a huge following.
Yeah, he has a huge, passionate, loyal following. Yeah. And so when in his mind, he's thinking, I can screw over the Groypers and people like Fu3ntes or people who have similar ideas because that's going to be less of the base. In terms of
and they'll never vote for my opposition.
And they wouldn't vote for my opposition. Exactly.
Vote for my opposition.
So strategically, he's looking at it from a strategic perspective. Is what you're saying, isn't it? It does make sense.
I'm going to make deeper because certain rooms when you go into, people are very open about what they say behind the scenes, and I'm sure he's in these rooms right now behind the scenes. These people of higher power, and they're telling him certain things that he didn't know before. And what they're telling him is, listen, these guys that are supporting the past, they're great, but they can't move the needle like you need to, like you need it moved. So by default, like what you're saying to your point as well, he wants a bigger audience that has more impact and more power because he's fighting against an establishment and as well them boys with all the attacks from his political and also personal life. So I think for Trump, it's smart because he's going through a lot, bro. Honestly.
So what were the demands as well? So I know those were the issues, but what were the actual demands? To get
no war with Iran. I know that's like the biggest one.
So he said it today. He said I'm not going to go. He said I don't want to do anything bad to Iran. So he's giving you that.
Yeah. He did say that. He actually did say that.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, he admitted he kind of gave his game plan on how he kept Iran in check while he was in office. I just told China not to do business with them.
Yeah.
That made them lose their money. And obviously, when they don't have as much money running around like they do, they can't fund Hezbollah and Hamas and all these other proxy militaries that can go ahead and by default, Israel is safer because
that's his claim.
Yeah, that's his claim, right? Which he was able to do it kind of by go around. But yeah, so those are the big. So the biggest gripes are disavowing Project 2025, bringing JD Vance in.
No, but those are the gripes. So what's the demands? So those are the gripes. Yeah, I get that. But
the demands?
Yeah.
No war with Iran.
Yeah.
Fire the campaign manager, Chris. God damn it, what's his name? Lidovica, some shit like that. And this woman, Kellyanne, something.
Chris. We just call him Chris.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, someone in the chat. What's his campaign manager? Chris something. Chris Levitica, some bullshit like that, and then the woman Kellyanne something. Those are the two main things. Fire them.
Right. Okay.
No war with Iran. I think those are the top two things.
He's given one of them today.
Huh?
He's given one of them today.
Iran. With Iran.
So to quote him, because I wrote this down, he literally said, "I do not want to do anything bad to Iran."
He did say that. Here's
the problem, right? When you become a racist,
Lasitova. Or Lakitova.
Yeah. When you become labeled a racist, supremacist,
thank you guys.
All these like derogative terms, your voice is diminished.
True.
And as a president-elect that wants to win, you have to have the people's vote. So by default, listen, Trump is not dumb. He sees an opportunity here where there's some people with power, influence, and actual movement in the needle. He's going over there. The Groypers, I mean, to be real, they're cool people, I guess. I don't know. But to them, it's like, yo, where's the vote going that's going to benefit me in the long run? And it's going there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's just from a strategic perspective, he's seen this is a small number of people this is a huge number of people. I'm going to lose that entire base if I appease these people. And then that's why he keeps disavowing. Even Jerry Vance was disavowing, isn't he? A number of interviews he disavowed Nick
Yeah,
Fuentes
he talked about Nick negatively.
Because when you
I don't think that's a smart decision, man.
Hold on.
I disagree with y'all on this, and I'll explain why, but go ahead, keep going.
No, why don't you think it's a smart decision?
Because
to win this election.
Yeah, so here's the thing. As we can see right now with Kamala's campaign, the internet is huge, plays a huge role on social media, etc. And I think that this campaign is going to be won via social media. The Groypers are fucking crazy, bro. There's a lot of them. The thing is this, they're hidden. You don't know who they are. They're anonymous, etc. Because they have controversial views, right? They're very conservative, etc. But there's a lot of them. And the youth is what the GOP needs. They've always had the boomer voting, right? Cool, whatever. But if you're able to fucking galvanize an entire generation, because they're all Gen Zers. These guys are fucking young, in their 20s, etc. They're going to be pretty fucking active.
But your argument isn't for this election, though. It's for the future.
Yeah.
But right Trump doesn't have another option. He's got to win this time. If he doesn't win this time, he's going to jail, guys. I don't think y'all understand. This is do or die.
No, but you're proving our point.
Yeah,
so that's the point.
You're making our point.
Yeah.
Because they can't save him, bro.
Yeah.
He's fucked.
Yeah.
Literally, he's fucked. These guys you're talking about, they're great. They help you a
lot.
lot.
For the future.
No, I'm saying there's a lot of them.
But
not right now. There's not enough,
bro. He's fucked.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think they can help him.
They can help him.
I don't think.
They can only do memes, but they can't help him in real life, bro. I'm telling you.
Don't be here to the Groypers.
No, bro. I'm just saying, bro. Look at it from his point of view. I might actually go to jail and lose this presidency if I go down this path.
I agree.
Look, bro.
I agree.
Hold on. Let me finish. Who am I going to align with? People of power and status, or people that make memes that are fun and push a needle? And to be honest with you, bro,
look, you know why you don't know, nigga? Because they don't come up to you. When I was at the RNC, they were everywhere.
No, that's great.
Yo, I'm telling you.
No, that's amazing.
They were fucking everywhere.
But hold on. You know who's everywhere too? It's people of high power. And when they say go, it's go. They could do some memes, bro, but that ain't changing nothing.
Bro,
you see, you
there's a lot of
hold on.
I agree. Even though I like the Groypers.
I have been in these rooms, bro. They can't do shit compared to these people. You could say, oh yeah, this and that, bro. When they say go, it's go.
How many Groypers? How many Groypers do you think there are?
Have I what?
How many Groypers do you think there are
in total?
Bro, hundreds of thousands easily.
Give us a number. Give us a number.
I think anyone that is right-leaning, that's young, especially in their 20s, more than likely is a Groyper to some degree. Guaranteed.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
You disagree?
People don't know what that even means.
Okay.
Okay. Dude, the masses.
Right.
The masses. Hold on.
You think there's 100,000? You think there's 100,000 Groypers?
There's a lot of them, bro. You got to remember, they're not gonna come out and say, yeah, like. When you have certain viewpoints in the United States, especially conservative right-leaning, and you're young, you're not going to say your political views ever. Why do you think white people in general never tell you who they're going to vote for? Have y'all niggas ever caught on to that? As a white person, who you vote for? Oh, excuse me, that's private. But I was fucking my wife yesterday, blah, blah, blah. They don't tell you who they're voting for. And I'm telling you, it's even more so now with young people, because it's not cool to be conservative as a young guy.
I think you're biased, bro.
No, so let me.
You'll see,
honestly.
You'll see.
Because I'm telling you, bro, the needle that needs to be moved. You can't move by some memes and some people online. It has to be done behind the scenes, and Trump understands that.
So look, I don't even think there's 100,000, because look, a good evidence of that is because mainly you would say they're online, right? And if you look at Nick's following on Rumble, is about 90,000. If you look at his Twitter page, it's about 300,000. Yeah. Not all of them will be Groypers. And so I don't think there's even 100,000. Maybe, I used to think maybe 20, 30,000. Okay, but let's say 50, 60, 70,000. That, from Trump's strategic perspective, let's give your number of 100,000.
Yeah.
From Trump's strategic perspective, 100,000 people, out of them, some of them will still vote for Trump, but definitely none of them will vote for Kamala. And then you've got this entire base of people.
Or they won't show up.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which is also terrible.
What I'm saying, so either option one is some of them will vote for Trump, or they won't show up. But they will not vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
Right. And then you've got this entire base of people who will vote for Kamala and actually would not vote for Trump because of these people. And what he's done is try to bring them in, and that's basically what he's done. So
he's trying to get them. Yeah, he's trying to get the people in the middle ground.
Yeah. So he's got Bill Ackman in. He's got Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a prime example. All of these people in who call these people like Nazis, white supremacists, so on and so forth, as you've seen in the interviews. And what he's done is created that base, and that's why when you talk about what you said on there, that he is pro-immigration but just anti-illegal immigration as again for this. So in reality, when you look at his entire strategy, it's to win in 1 month time.
It's to win the moderates
and to win in a month's time.
And the libertarians. Yeah, of course.
If he appeased this group, he would not win in a month's time.
But here's the problem with that, though. Like, I get it. You got to go ahead and appease the guys in the middle. But the
to
problem,
win in a month.
To win. But the problem with people in the middle is they're very susceptible to advertising, to swings, to... Also, keep in mind, guys, we have factors coming into this election that weren't present before. We have an enormous gambling industry now that is involved in this fucking situation.
Yeah.
That's fucking things up, right? Like, people are creating all these betting things. People are using these gambling websites more than actual polls now, right? For, look, Kamala has this lead, and they're using gambling websites. So there's been an explosion on gambling apps, gambling websites over the past couple of years. You can look at the stake and the betting thing, all this shit, right? Now they're bringing it into the political world. Obviously, the explosion of X being a free speech platform, that's a big deal, right? Use social media usage in general. Keep in mind also, guys, social media usage exploded after 2020. More people watch YouTube. 73% of Americans watch YouTube, right? Or use YouTube, right?
Also, X is a trap, by the way. It's not really free speech. Just so you know. But
okay.
Continue.
Yeah, have your conspiracy theories.
No,
so,
it's true.
That's fine.
Yeah, we know the certain terminologies that are banned, right?
Bro, it's true, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's cool. But what I'm saying is that we have a different election now, and the thing is that these moderates that they're trying to go after are susceptible to changing their mind on election day. So I think it's better to just lean into the people that supported you from the beginning.
But also, Myron, it's them.
Because you need. I genuinely believe you need to galvanize your original supporters, right, and force them to come out. Like they're like, hey, look, you might have not voted last time. You thought I had it in the bag with Biden. Because I'll tell you guys, I've liked Trump since 2016, but I didn't go out in 2020 because I was like, he got it in the bag. I don't need to fucking vote. And at the time, I was registered to vote in Connecticut, which is a blue state every single time. But now that I know that the stakes are the way that they are, I'm like, all right, I gotta fucking vote. I think going to your core support group and really leaning into them, I think is better than trying to pull these dudes that are in the middle that will change their mind depending on what it is. Look at Elon. But he's only voting for Trump because of his own personal business opportunities in the future.
And then he's impacted a lot more people. And so this is the issue. Not only do you get...
So let them do it, not you.
But not only do you get that base, but in addition to that, you've seen a lot of his donors now.
Companies.
And we know that APAC, we know these companies, these organizations, these NGOs, these PACs have a significant influence on American politics. They decide who's going to win. And in addition to that, if you look at the donors, you mentioned Adelson and various other donors, again, none of them would be giving him money if he appeased them. Because remember, this group is look how hard he's trying for the Jewish vote.
Yeah.
And so there's no way that he could get that vote and he'd be making all these statements if he brought these people into the fold. It's not possible.
It's not even about getting that vote. It's about getting that money.
That money. I meant the money. Yeah.
We're forgetting he's getting companies supporting him as well. So I get it. It is a moderate group of people that are in the middle. That you're right. He should get his core audience. But guess what? Right now he needs to win no matter what.
Can we pull up Project 2025 real quick?
He has to win now, bro. If he doesn't win now, he's
fine. Of course. But I think alienating your original people might not be the best move.
And shall I tell you something else?
Can I one more thing?
I'll tell you one more thing. This group, like I said, most of them are still going to vote for Trump. I'll tell you that now as well. So he knows that even when he does this, they're going to vote for him.
But also keep in mind, when you align yourself with these people of that group, just by title alone, you know what you become?
Well, they still attack him on it too. They still to this day say, "Oh, well, you had dinner with a white supremacist."
Which I guarantee you,
to this fucking day, they say that stupid
That's why he disavows.
But hold on, think about why he doesn't want to do an interview with us. For that very reason. He doesn't want any type of issues like that coming to his campaign. I get it. It makes sense.
And if you look at it, right, this group is definitely going to vote for Trump as well. So even more than that,
that's crazy. We'll go do an interview with Aiden who does drugs.
Well, remember, it's the terminology of what we fall under that is the issue. It's not really his actions. What we
but
fall
that just
under.
Goes to show you, talk about certain groups, right? And it's just... Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. Like if you look at the Groyper War, even all of them keep saying, we've got no issue with Trump. we still like Trump.
Of course.
But we have an issue with the campaign. So what that tells me is they're going to vote for Trump.
Hold on.
And maybe not all of them, but at least 70-80% are. So even more so, it adds to our argument that you shouldn't worry about. If I was a politician, if I was Trump, I would be thinking, yeah, I'm not worried about them. I'm more worried about these guys.
And you know how you really affect change? You don't attack somebody from the front. You go from within. You know what Trump did? Trump is smart. He went to Russia. He went to North Korea. He spoke to them in person, met them, and said, you know what? I'm going to cause this alliance where they're about to have my back. Because you don't fight somebody from the front. They can see you coming. But once you're inside, that's how you really win wars, bro. But you fight them head on, you're going to get fucked. Literally.
Let's pull out this 2025 thing. Yeah. I still think it's better to appeal to your core base and then galvanate them to come out and force them to vote, because I think doing moderates by proxy is okay. Getting someone like an Elon Musk to say he endorses you, right? Let him pull the people for you. You don't have to do it yourself. Get someone big, they endorse you, and then bam, they'll bring in all their cronies. Right, because there's people that are going to vote for him just because I love Elon.
But that's the point, though. So Elon, on Bill Ackman and Peter Thiel and all of these guys would not be pulling in people for you unless you disavowed.
Exactly. You can't have both.
Yeah.
You got to choose. You can't have both because remember,
Musk reinstated Nick.
No. But he didn't do it because I don't want to say it's a camera, but I know why he really did it.
Yeah.
He didn't do it for free speech. He did it because. Anyhow, let's just say that you can't have both.
Yeah, he did it for strategic purposes, right? Okay.
It's not because of what you think it is.
It doesn't mean.
Well, if you notice that he didn't want to talk about Israel on the space at all.
But do you know
he kept switching the topic every single time.
Exactly.
But do you know why?
Topic because the X is very anti-Zio X.
Well, like I said, Zerka knows what's happening too. They let you speak just to know who you are to fuck you up later on. I'm telling you right now. It's not free speech, my friend. It's a trap. But hey, there you go. Hey, I'm in these rooms. They say all the time, oh, these fuckers? Oh, we know who they are now. Perfect. And the thing about social score, for example, they know your social score online. Once they get that about you and they know who you are, you're fucked. I'm telling you, bro. It's coming. Look at China. It's here.
So, secure the border, finish building a wall, and deport illegal aliens. I agree with that. De-weaponize the federal government by increasing accountability and oversight of the FBI and DOJ. I agree with that. Unleash American energy production to reduce energy prices. Cut the growth of governmental spending to reduce inflation. Make federal bureaucracies more accountable to the democratically elected president and Congress. So, in other words, that means get rid of these fucking deep state people, which people always say, what is the deep state? Guys, the deep state are the guys that are put in positions of power that are democratically elected, if I'm going to put it simple for you. Okay? Improve education by moving control and finding funding of education from D.C. Bureaucrats directly to parents and state local governments. Ban biological males from competing in women's sports. Was that? Yeah. We actually agrees with that. Trump doesn't agree with that.
Yeah. But also he was another thing in Project 2025 was abortion at day zero. There was other points in there.
Yeah.
I agree.
Are there more about Project 20 and more points here?
I mean, there should be, right? Because I saw a longer list.
Yeah, I don't even consider this radical right, bro. This is crazy. Another one. This is radical right.
No, the one they had most issue with was the fact that you're not allowed to do abortion at all.
Is that in here?
Yes. It's the document's bigger than that. It's like this, I read it, I glimpsed through quite a bit of it.
Okay. Well, that they're gonna obviously. Abortion is one of those topics that, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. So I think Trump's position on it is actually very smart, saying, "Hey, states, you deal with this shit."
Yeah, it's a good political decision.
Yeah,
but again,
I wouldn't deal with it as president either. Thresh is the states.
I think what Trump is doing is somewhat smart because he's appealing to a certain demographic and certain genre of people, but. If you look at it from a standpoint of networking itself, what he's doing is he's playing the part to make progress for the election to win. That's what it really is here.
So, look, one of the points that the Groypers are against is immigration, right? So, in the sense of Trump wants against illegal immigration.
Yep.
Musk is. This is both of them are saying the same thing. They're saying we're against illegal immigration, but we're for legal immigration.
Yeah.
And the Groyper's argument is that there should be zero immigration.
Yeah.
So two questions. One is what's better for America? And the second thing is what's going to get him the election? Because I think they're two different answers.
Yeah. Yeah. So my take on this when it comes to immigration, I actually made a post about this. I think immigration is only good if you bring in people of certain skill sets, right? And what I would do is I'd be like, all right, look, Because here's the thing, a lot of people don't understand, like in America, right? And I know this from coming from my professional background. It's actually extremely easy to come to the United States if you get an F1 visa. Extremely easy. You can go sign up at some bullshit language school, get a visa issued, come to the United States. Then so many people come in here, exploit the F1 visa program, and just disappear into the wind. They use it just to get into the United States. They don't even go to fucking class, right? So what I would do is, number one, I would make the F1 visa. You want to be a foreigner, come to one of our schools? You need to go to a school that's actually going to give you a career field that benefits us.
A skill.
Motherfucker. You're not going to go ahead, learn English, and go back to your country. Or worse yet, say you're going to learn English, come here and use that shit to your advantage so you can come in and work here legally. That's what so many people do. They exploit that shit. So I shut down all these stupid ass schools, these charter schools, whatever, that just continuously bring these illegal aliens in, right? That's number one. Then, if you do want to come, you need to major in something that some kind of infrastructural department that we lack in. Right, we know that with engineers, science, technology, and math, etc., we're behind China. So if you want to come here, you want to go ahead and go to our schools and get our education. Not only do you have to come here and do these fields, you have to commit to giving us that labor for a period of time. Then I would also, because it's checks and balances, the companies that hire you, you only have a certain amount of spots allotted to foreign nationals. 75% of your workforce has to be American citizens. 25%, you can go ahead and take foreigners. What does that do? That makes sure that the foreigners that we do take are the best and fucking brightest. And we go ahead and get their labor for 4 or 5 years. Then the company can decide if they want to go ahead and petition to get them something more permanent. That way, we get the talent. The talent works for us. We control the talent. They're controlled to a degree, 25% only. So I would incentivize these companies. And it's only in infrastructural jobs that benefit us. Right? And then the company decides if they want to keep them longer or not. And we have incentivizations to make sure they hire American citizens first.
What about the low-level jobs that a lot of people do a lot of Americans don't want to do? Like, for example, maybe cleaning the roads, maybe like garden work. What about that? Because a lot of immigrants that come in do that work for us.
Of course.
And to be fair, their standpoint, we wouldn't be here right now either. Me or you, the Groypers.
Well, yeah. Well,
so that means that we wouldn't even be here right now. If we
you'd be deported.
Yeah, we'd be deported.
No, I was born here. You already got your citizenship from.
Well, I don't. No, but isn't their position? Do correct me if I'm wrong, but they want mass deportation of people who've even born here.
No,
that's not their position.
That's not their position. No,
sure.
They just want immigration to stop now, because we have an immigration problem now.
No, I'm sure I read I'm sure I saw mass deportation.
Yeah, because
if you're illegal.
But let's say you weren't even here yet.
What do you mean?
And they invoked those laws.
Well, you got to remember, I was born here, so.
No, I'm giving like an example.
Okay, what do you mean?
I'm just saying, like,
I think he's trying to make the argument that your parents came here, right?
Yeah.
And so he's trying to. I think he's making the argument that your parents came here, so they benefited from immigration.
Yes. Of course.
But now you've benefited from it. You want to block everybody else from it.
Of course, but but you got to remember that this is in the 1970s. It was a different time. Versus now. You know what I mean? It's a completely different time. Like America in the 1970s was not the America that we have now.
I get what you're saying, but I just think it should be, criminals shouldn't be allowed. If you're a criminal,
of course,
100%.
Of course.
But if you're a hardworking citizen of your country, yeah, come through.
Of course.
But work for our benefit as well.
That's why I said you got to come in and you got to have a skill set that benefits the United States directly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I agree with your point, your position.
Because you're making an argument, low-skilled workers, like who's going to do the low-skilled work? Well, we got to get the fucking Americans, get them off their asses, less welfare, less social welfare. Because we're giving, here's the thing.
They're too lazy, bro.
They're too lazy. And then, the other thing too also is that we give so many goddamn benefits out for free. A lot of people are like, we don't need to work.
That's what I'm saying. But dude, we've done that for years. You think they're going to change now?
Take it away. Less welfare. Less social assistance. We got to stop that shit and make these motherfuckers get out and work some more.
Bro, these niggas are changing. They're fat, overweight, dumb, and they don't want to do nothing. Bro, think about it. I came to America 9 years ago. My job I was doing was a job with 3 people. Isn't that crazy? At a call center. I was doing 3 people's jobs myself. That's crazy, bro.
So I agree with your position, but then I think his point is really important as well. So I agree with you as well, because in reality, most people don't realize this. what happens in any kind of economy is you have your normal economy and you have your, what we can call it, the black market economy.
Yeah.
Right? And in reality, you need both to succeed. Now, if you said, I don't want no black market economy, that's fine. That would be a utopian society, but there is no such thing as a utopian society. So what do I mean by black market economy? It's, for example, like people who are not that wealthy, who will, for example, let me give you a UK example. You're not that wealthy. You're just about hitting minimum wage. You need, your house is damaged. You need some plastering done in your house. Yeah. You're not going to pay the full rate. You're going to find someone from Poland who lives there, and you're going to pay him for you guys,
Home Depot.
Yeah. So for you guys, it's Mexicans, but a tenth of the price, right? And that allows the fact that you're so poor to survive in that entire economy, that you're able to get that work done. So you're not poor, you're above most people, but you're not at that level where you could spend stupid amounts of money. Yeah. So the black market economy is actually very, very important. People don't realize how important it is when it's linked to the normal economy.
You're right.
So in reality, when you've, and to do that, you do actually need a lot of low-skilled workers. Now, are you saying that people born in the UK, people born in America are going to do that? They're not going to do, okay, maybe you can condition them over time, but we know, like, one of the main complaints I have against about like Gen Zs and millennials is they're not even willing to do the jobs we were doing.
Facts.
Never mind these low-level jobs where they're going to have to graft on the roads or working farmers. You know, farmers in the UK, because farming's quite big there. One of the main complaints they always had is, like, we cannot get Brits to do farming. We have to get migrants to do it. We have to get sometimes, these type of people to do it. It doesn't happen. So in reality, what you're saying is you want to change the entire culture to people who don't, never mind working as hard as us. You want them to work harder than what we did. I can't see
we
that.
have a lot of problems going on at the same time. We have the explosion of feminism. We have the
social media.
Social media. Like we tell, there's so many different issues going on here, right? We're in a bunch of debt. We've exported so many of our infrastructure jobs, industry jobs. We don't make anything anymore in the United States. We really don't, right? We export so much shit and we rely heavily on China, right? Because we have these greedy businessmen that want to turn amazing amount of profit, so they go ahead and get these low-skilled workers
for cheap
in other countries for almost nothing. The Nikes, the car companies, etc., and we just have them go ahead and make all of our shit, and then we're able to go ahead and make big things, but we lose American jobs doing that, right? So exporting. So there's many issues to be had, but the immigration problem, we definitely got to get it under control. I'm not saying I'm against immigration forever. No, but right now we definitely got to get it under control. And this always happens after every Democratic swing, because we had, I don't know if you guys remember this. I remember this vividly because this is when I came on the job. In 2014, when I got sent to the border, we had a border crisis back then. It always happens under a Democrat, where there's a border fucking crisis every single time.
But also, when you look at the immigration, when you look at the immigration into the U.S., it's Mexico, India, and China. So really, India and China is not giving you that lower skilled workers anywhere. So in reality, you can minimize immigration to a significant extent and do what you said, which is get the people who are going to benefit you. Yeah, and then you can also have some people who will do the lower skilled jobs, and you could balance it out and still reduce immigration significantly.
I'm for foreign labor, but the best and the brightest.
I remember Trump mentioned...
We steal them, especially from our adversaries, Chinese, Iranian, because they want to come here, bro. They want to be in a democracy.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I have significant reservations. You know, when you have Chinese and Indians in high-level places, but specifically Chinese, I just have this just from my own study. I've read a lot of Chinese culture and Chinese society.
They take over.
They have loyalty to their own country.
That too. And some of them are spies, of course.
So in reality,
there's always that risk.
But there's a huge risk, because if you look at it, right? So first of all, if you look at a lot of Chinese people were married to a lot of rich billionaires and millionaires, and somehow all this trade happened with China.
Also the boys.
Exactly. And a lot of them, and that's why a lot of trade happened with China. That's the first thing. But in addition to that, look, I also, you certain events occur and you look at the psychology of people. Look at COVID. COVID occurred. In the UK, we weren't as extreme as you guys. We kind of reduced measures very early on. And so there wasn't, people weren't masking as much. People weren't following it. But you know who were? Chinese people. So they were following the law of the kind of the ideology of their own country when it comes to COVID, as opposed to the UK. So what that shows me is that actually there is. I get the best and brightest as much as you can, but then there needs to be this kind of oversight because I think there is.
Of course, I'm not saying give them clearances and everything else like that and give them secrets.
Infiltration.
Yeah, of course.
I remember Trump
Chinese spying is a very big. I mean, bro, if we're gonna be honest, Chinese, Russian, Israeli,
come on, man.
Like these countries spy on us all the time. It's just that we don't talk about the Israeli spies as much. But yeah, Russian and Chinese spies all the time getting fucking busted.
But I remember
all the
Trump
time.
did an interview when he spoke about his workers and where the most of them come from for construction. Mexico.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So there's a huge market for people with money as well, for these people to work for them. So I just mean it needs to be a place for them as well in the economy. That's all I'm saying. But chats, or we should do the first topic.
Yeah, we can. Shit, this is a long news episode for y'all ninjas.
Yeah, it's like
anything else that you guys want to talk about with the Trump thing? I like that he mentioned foreign policy. Like that is the most important thing. I genuinely do think is the most important thing.
I mean, they didn't say too much though.
They're yapping about a bunch of shit.
Yeah. But
I think global warming is a scam.
I'm about to hold you.
Yeah.
I don't think
that was
should
just
be
Elon trying to get paid
incentive. But it's funny. Yeah. I don't think Elon's funny because like
there's honestly issues that I think are like at the bottom of the totem pole.
Yeah.
Like African American community issues, bro. The 13% of the population.
You know what Trump didn't really get into?
You know, global warming.
Elon brought up
black genocide.
World War II, bro.
Black what?
Black genocide.
Yeah.
No, because what I was looking at the data, and what it is over time, the white population has reduced significantly in the US, but so has the black population as well. Which is
really?
Yeah.
The Hispanic population has been exploding, probably.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it has.
That's the one
that's what's growing significantly.
Yo, but
is the Muslim population growing in the US?
Yeah, a lot.
Not that much, bro. Still a huge minority.
Everywhere else, though.
No, where
everywhere
else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where though? Huh? So US, I don't know about. I know in UK they always. So UK, that's fake. That's what I'm
We have even less here than you. Well, actually, could you Google it?
No.
Amount of Muslims
you
in the
guys
United
have,
States.
you guys have less. Yeah.
I think we have less than you guys.
Yeah, you guys do. But in terms of UK, so this is like always fake propaganda. By people see on X because X is more towards the right significantly. So Muslims.
So I like it.
1.34%. 1.34%.
1.34% in the United States.
So it's less than the Jewish
and then
population.
what is it in the UK?
In the UK.
UK it's 6.5. Okay. So and UK in 2011 was 4. Yeah. So so I know UK stats like the back of my hand. Yeah. So like in 2011 UK was 4.8%. So in the UK it's only grown by 1.7% in 10 years. In 10 years, that's nothing. Just to give you a comparison, in them 10 years, Christianity has dropped by 40%.
What are they converting to?
Atheism.
Really?
Yeah. Atheism's increased by nearly 20-30%. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So Christianity is a minority religion in the UK now.
Wow.
Makes sense. The world's ending, my friend.
Well, that my belief on that is that basically what happened in the US, in the UK was
So it's not like these people are converting to Islam. They're just becoming atheists.
They're becoming atheists, yeah. And so, and what happened? How did that happen? What happened was there was this attack on religion, but by attacking Islam. So people said, "Oh, look, Muslims are against LGBTQ. Muslims are against trans. Muslims are against feminism." And so what happened was they attacked that ideology so much they actually made people give up religion. And so you saw this through people like Tommy Robinson and many of these people who continue to attack Islam, saying, "Oh, these guys are homophobic. These guys are misogynistic. These guys are anti-LGBTQ." They made people give up their religion.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be that hater or bigot, so they just, you know what, I'm gonna just say I don't want to be anything. So just to be safe.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What we were talking about before the yeah. I was saying that the issue, because like I remember on the debate, right? Because I was reacting to it, like Trump and Biden spent a significant amount of time talking about historically black colleges, and in my head I was like,
why?
This is a waste of fucking time, because at the end of the day, and people always get mad at me, Myron, you always criticize black me. It's like, but bro, they're 13% of the population. Historically black colleges are even a smaller fraction. Like, why are we over here talking about historically black colleges? Like, college already is a scam. Now you want to talk about a minority of the overall scam? This is a waste of time. Talk about foreign policy. They didn't talk about Israel. They didn't talk about Russia. They didn't talk about the shit that really matters. Because I think the reason why the American public needs to focus on this shit is because you don't control foreign policy. You can only control the people that are in control of the foreign policy. So you need to actually pay attention to that.
Well, you know what's funny?
Because that's what has the biggest ramifications on the cost of your food.
Hold on.
And also, what's worse?
Elon brought up World War III. You know what Trump did? Yeah, so this just diverted it. I'm like, hold on. That's important because it's coming right now.
Yeah.
He just dodged it completely.
Well, because you have to have the Israel discussion. and Elon does not want to talk about Israel on X.
Trump didn't talk about it.
No, he was trying to talk about it. I don't know if you noticed it. Like, Trump brought up Israel like 3 or 4 times, and Elon quickly.
Elon brought up World War III.
No, he did. So what happened there was when Elon brought up World War III.
Yeah.
Trump was talking about the various countries that have nuclear capabilities.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Nuclear warfare or whatever he said.
Whereas Elon was like talking about nuclear energy. Now, I don't know if he did it on purpose or there was just a misunderstanding, but there clearly was this kind of misdirection going on, accidental or intentional misdirection that was going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in terms of what you said about why it's less, and I agree with you, that it's less important to talk about that community in that situation is because black people just vote Democrat. And unfortunately,
like 90% plus.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because what you're showing is you don't have no autonomy, you don't have critical thinking skills, and you're not able to put your community first. Because in reality, if you tell someone that you're going to guarantee them the vote, they don't care about you. Actually, if they said that your vote could be earned, then both would fight for you. So if anything, you're harming yourself by guaranteeing yourself the Democrat vote.
I mean,
that's good. That's a good point.
Look,
damn.
Controversial take. If I was the president, if I was running for president, I wouldn't even care about them. Like I wouldn't even I would run for the majority. I wouldn't even care about, because this is my thing. If your policy is good, they're gonna vote for you anyway. If your shit makes sense, because here's the thing. When I was at the RNC, right? Because we all know that, like you said, a majority vote Democrat. The guys I talk to, head on shoulders, sharp, understand what the fuck is going on, understand the economy, understand foreign policy, understand how inflation works, etc. Not moved by stupid music. I met the Cartier family there. Hold on. Right? Hold on. I met the Cartier family there. We did an interview, etc. Right? Young black guys, right? Very sharp, very, very aware of what the fuck is going on. They understand the Democrat propaganda, all this shit. So if you're not an idiot, right, and you understand how the world works in general, there's no way that you can't, that you're not going to vote right most of the time, right? But most people are idiots. So I look at it like, look, you're not going to convert the idiots a lot of times, because to convert the idiots, you have to do stupid shit like Kamala's doing right now. Not really name your policies, rely heavily on celebrity endorsement, right? Beyonce endorsed her. Bring Meg Thee Stallion to twerk at your first rally where there's kids there. Bring in a criminal like Quavo who's a moron, right? Like, that's what you have to rely on. With smoke, it's all smoke and mirrors is what I said the Democratic Party always runs on. So, and that's what they vote for. So I'm like, look, why am I going to go ahead and spend a significant amount of campaign dollars on trying to appeal to a community that 9 out of 10 times isn't going to vote for me? They're going to call me a racist. They're going to talk shit. A lot of them are stupid and don't understand foreign policy or understand how the world works anyway. Like, fuck it. I'm going to just make good policies and the smart ones will come to me. When I was at the RNC, a lot of fucking really intelligent black people I met there that had their heads on straight.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the masses, like you just mentioned, are not smart. But it's also another good point as well.
Yeah.
So, yes, the black vote, in my opinion, isn't immediate want. However, when you talk about black people and what they and their standards are, white people are the racists. You know what? Damn, I have a black friend. I don't like this.
Yeah.
So by default, I'm a proximity. You affect all classes.
You're right.
Because
that's
now,
a good point.
That's true.
With their vote being won over, you're winning over a bunch of people as well that support black friends.
Because a lot of people. That's a good point you mentioned. And I should have mentioned that.
Bro,
the black vote brings with it a lot of people that love black culture.
Do you know how many white people I see fight for black people? I'm like, you don't have a black. But because their friends are black or they have like really black like boyfriends or girlfriends.
They love the culture.
Oh my God, you just said that about black people? I'm gonna report you. It's like, it's serious, bro. It's serious.
Yeah. A lot of SJWs and like people
and
that
social media,
love the culture, love the music, etc. They go
social
crazy.
Media amplified it so much that like, bro.
Remember all the idiots that put the black screen on Instagram?
BLM, bro. I'm like, you're white. What's wrong with you? You're fucking Hispanic. Oh yeah, but I have a black friend. I'm like, all right, bro, I get it.
Yeah, but the problem, right, with that is that they just see skin color for everything. Like me, I don't care about skin color, so I look at it like IQ, right? But I just so happen to realize that like see, the Democrats play the propaganda, they play the race game, they play the propaganda, they play the racism card because it works, bro. Yeah,
and look,
it works.
Remember the lady with the boiling water that threw out the police? Or
because I think systemic racism is a scam. I think police brutality is a scam. I think it's all a lie. Like I genuinely don't think that racism is. I don't think racism is a problem in 2024. Like a lot of these FBAs try to make it seem.
It's an agenda.
Yeah,
but it pushes people towards that agenda. It's crazy because like if you look at it from the social media standpoint, white, Hispanic, and even freaking Chinese are not really Chinese. White, Hispanic, Indian are pushing towards black people. because they want to support whatever is right and is going to be.
Because it's cool. Because black culture is so prevalent in American culture.
Music,
it's so strong in American culture.
It's all impacting everybody.
It is.
So on some level, it's going to affect the vote no matter what we do.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Because you're not just getting the black vote, you're also getting the contemporary cool vote too.
But to your point, to be on it for that much time is kind of crazy.
Bro, they were talking about historically black colleges in the debate. I was like, bro, are you serious, bro?
It's too much.
I don't give a fuck
Give
about
a portion to it, but not the whole
colleges.
time about it.
And I don't care. I know most of the people watching this debate definitely don't fucking care, bro.
We don't care. But again, they want to feel good about who's winning because if they can be themselves and be free and be independent, that's all they really care about.
Yeah.
Microwave mentality.
SJWs, man.
Yeah. So just to add to what you said,
virtue signaling.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, I agree with you that in terms of the black vote, it does bring a large proportion of the vote in, which is the left vote. Because in reality, when you look at what makes the left is the fact that they've always kind of cared about minorities, they've cared about other issues.
Good point, yeah.
So that is an important aspect. Now, the black vote is actually an untapped vote in America because in reality, when you look at it, they're actually becoming an even more minority in a nation where they had more. So, for example, in 1776, allegedly there was 20% black people. I know that it reduced down to 10%.
Really?
Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? Let me just trigger you off. Right fan base, but in reality, blacks were the majority in 1610, right?
Oh yeah, because of slavery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because think about it. There's one slave.
That makes sense.
There's one slave master, and everybody else is in the plantation, right?
That makes sense.
So I mean, that's the first thing. And then it was in 1776, it was 80-20. Then it went down to 90-10 over time. But now, if you look at it, they're only 13%. It means a significant reduction. So you could easily tap into their vote to say that actually you guys are also losing. You know, your people, their birth rate is also reducing. There's that issue. In addition to that, so that's one aspect. The other thing is I do actually think there's systemic racism, and I'll explain to you why. It's not as bad as prevalent as people claim, but it's not that it doesn't exist at all. So, for example...
racism does exist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I just mean as in, it's no longer an excuse that the left can use for being, like, not successful. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Like, for example, there was a case in the US, and it was about mortgages. And what happened was people from black neighborhoods, poor black neighborhoods.
In the 1970s, yeah.
No, there was one in the 70s, one recent in the...
I mean, they couldn't get mortgages until the 1970s.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. But the more recent case was that what happened was people from the black neighborhood and people from the white neighborhood, they were both poor neighborhoods. They were applying and not getting mortgages. And what happened was they sued them, and it actually clearly showed the discrimination that happened for mortgages. And mortgages are important because when you're poor, the way of getting out of your situation is to get a mortgage, get a house, to try and build yourself up and so on and so forth. So
most people, their money comes from their equity.
Yeah.
But who controls the mortgages?
Exactly. And I do think that, look...
it always comes back there.
Yeah, and I do believe that the Bell did do a targeted attack on the black community. If you look at, but that's through policy. So they did systematic. So they did it through the housing policies.
NAACP?
Yeah, they did it through the media. They did it through various other things. They did it through governmental policies, schooling policies. So
music
industry, Hollywood industry. They did it through all of that. So that is systemic. And now they're doing the same thing to the white community. So you're seeing it now when there's feminism increasing, there's white women not giving birth. I know people are like, oh, like, you're not allowed to say about the beautiful white woman. But I'm just telling you, like, that's the target.
It's true.
Yeah, but people get upset because, again...
I mean, even on our own show, when we look at the people that are on birth control, it's the Caucasian girls most of the time.
Okay.
Right? Either they're typically they're Caucasian or they're in school or in college or college educated. They have a higher likelihood of being on birth control. Because we ask that question now.
Yeah, and that's a golden question, a golden example of what I'm saying. So, in reality, you're seeing that it's happening even in that culture, and so there is that targeted attack for sure. So I do think that it's systemic. It is systemic. It was systemic against black people before. Now I believe it's systemic against white people, and I'm a big believer that in the UK maybe we're different. Maybe it's different in the US. But for example, when many of us went to like a law school and many of us went to medical school, we had higher grades than people. And we had higher grades and people lower grades than us, maybe, who were basically white or whatever, actually got in ahead of us. So I do think that in the UK maybe it's slightly different, but there was in the past. I think it's less so now. I'm talking about in the early 2000s. There was this happening to the minority community.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to hit chats and then we'll or Mo, did you have a message for the people?
Word from a sponsor?
Yeah. Word from our sponsor real quick and then we'll read chats. Guys, get your chats in right now because we're going to read them all right after this.
This was a great show though, man.
I do want to hit Iran real quick.
Yeah,
because that's really important. And then we can close out after that. Yeah. Because that's really important.
It's imminent, man. At this point.
Go ahead, Mo. Hit it. Guys, get your chats in right now, guys. Whether it's on Castle Club, just do it on Castle Club, or if you want, you can rumble in there, whatever. But obviously, Castle Club.
Bro, isn't it crazy? I was in Barbados, right, last week, and everyone's partying, having fun, enjoying the festival. I'm thinking to myself, look on Twitter, like, yo, the world's about to end, nigga. World War III's happening, or might happen soon, and it's like all the friggin' bombings that happened recently with the Iron Dome not working. It's almost like if like. Bro, it's happening right in front of your eyes, but you can't see it because you're so focused on partying and getting lit and drink alcohol. But it's like, fuck, we're about to die, bro. Like, what's going on, man?
Yeah, the girls have no idea. All right, go ahead, Mo, take it away. And then, guys, get your chats in right now. We'll reach chats after this break.
Trump saying about the Iron Dome, that was like the most ridiculous point as well.
Oh, yeah. America, there's no need. We got the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
All right. This episode is sponsored by 1775 Coffee. Have you heard of recent advertising scandal? Let me break it down for you. The CEO of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, recently released an email from Inspired Brands and Dunkin' Donuts. The email explicitly states the right-wing culture of Rumble is too polarizing. In other words, Dunkin' Donuts has a problem with right-wing culture and wants nothing to do with it or Rumble. So here's a solution. Stop buying the products that don't support and start supporting brands that support you. The competing coffee brand that we all need to get behind this is Rumble's 1775 Coffee. For a limited time, Rumble is offering to buy 2 bags of coffee and get 1 free. So go to 1775coffee.com and enter the promo code Duncan to get this limited time deal. And thank you, 1775 Coffee, for sponsoring this episode.
Shout out to Rumble. All right, we got some chats here, and we're going to do the Iran talk and the Iron Dome talk as well.
All right.
Demos?
Nick actually has a space right now, like 9,000 people in there.
Have you guys noticed how hard Google is shadow banning Twitter space? Will not come up at all, no matter the keywords. Only garbage like CNN's coverage of the interview came up. Yeah,
of course.
For a reason.
Fresh updates. That's Fresh.
Okay.
The yacht party and this entire past week was fucking incredible. Thank you, Fresh, for the opportunity, and the entire FNF crew for pulling off another historic weekend on the books with all my Couch Club brothers. Member, fellow CEO, control every opportunity.
Shout out to you,
We got some haters trying to say that the party wasn't lit. Like, bro, what the fuck?
So this is what happened, right? Guys, just so you know, people always spread propaganda to turn down an awesome time, and they don't rock with us, so they want to make us look really bad. They had a ratio between, I want to say, 7 to 1. Girls to guys. It was that many girls.
Ask anyone that was there.
And guys, look at this.
You want to know how it's crazy? A girl messaged me. I was like, why did you come on the yacht? She was like, I was there.
Yeah, I know.
Bro. Yo, I swear to God. Yeah. She was like, this out. Yo, a girl that I was talking to, I was like, yo, why did you come on the yacht? Like, you're, whatever. She messaged me and said, I was there. And I was like, what? I told her, send me a picture. She sent me a picture. I said, what the fuck? I didn't even see you.
I'm telling you. Yo,
these bitch ass niggas, anus and reach talking shit, fucking losers,
Bills,
man.
I'm gonna say a video right now, cause niggas need to know what time it is, bro. We don't play. Anyhow, all I'm saying is that like
losers,
they
bro.
put out some clips that aren't even indicative of what happened on the boat, and they're saying it flops. Nigga, we made a profit. Niggas had fun. We went to the club afterwards.
And the goal wasn't to make a bunch of money, stupid fucks. And I told y'all that from the beginning.
But in any case, we showed them a good ass time. Everyone had fun.
No, but was there anybody complaining who actually went?
No.
Yeah, so then
no.
Only haters that talk shit about us, trying to say like
that
this party
there.
was whack. Bro, I fucking, oh my God, man.
Bills, go to take over real quick. But
I ain't gonna lie, those are bad out of context.
Ask anyone that was actually at the party what the fucking ratio was, bro. I cock-blocked myself.
You did.
Cock-blocked myself, bro.
Yo, it was funny though. Where's my dad?
And also keep in mind, guys, that I was like,
oh, here we go,
in the front of the boat the whole time. Right, where there weren't that many girls because it was loud as hell everywhere else. So I was staying where I could like stream and like not.
Guys, I was the one
and not
talking to all the girls behind the scenes trying to see.
Yeah, I was running around putting off
who
fires.
was the first target. Just kidding. But no, it was lit. Man. It was lit.
Yo, bro, like when I first showed up on the stream, y'all saw it. Like how many girls were waiting in line.
Yep. And then a guy won a Rolex.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bro, people
Funny
be
story,
hating, bro. Yo, it's crazy how people like number one prevent our downfall and how people watch our shit and try to say, "Oh, look, there's no girls." It's like, bro, are you guys stupid? Like, bro, haters, man,
Bro,
haters.
I'll tell you this: they can never do what we did.
Hell no, bro. Yo,
bro,
ain't this a reach? Throw a party right now. Let's see how many niggas show up. Nobody. You fucking bums. You dusty, dirty fucking bums.
Furthermore, girls.
Bro,
just saying.
Fucking losers, man. All these niggas do is hate from that dirty ass room, man.
Yo, Bills, look at this video. You guys tell me. Now, this is just the walk-in of some of the girls that came on a boat. Go ahead, play, bro.
Yo, look at this shit.
Looks like a movie. Just the walk-in alone.
Yo, no girls.
Was
no
good.
girls.
Just the walk-in alone. No ratchets. Yeah, movie. No strippers like that. None of that shit, bro. Just regular.
No girls though. No girls.
Yeah. And it's funny because like,
losers,
bro, niggas are like, yo, bro, fresh, Myron. This is the most girls I ever saw in my life. Thank you. We got you, brother. We got you. Come on, man. Haters can hate, but it's what it is, bro.
Bro, dudes be hating, man.
But you know what it really is, bro? It's cool.
They watch
because
our shit.
Without haters, we would not be where we are today.
Yeah, he'll watch our videos. This dude, Ab will sit there, watch our videos, but still won't put on boxing gloves and fight. That tells you what kind of fucking pussy he is.
Let's find out.
Let's keep going. Fucking terrified of me, bro. Yo, Myron, you actually, you help me not care about what other people think. I always see people talking bad about you, but you still put in the work every week.
Yep.
Dropping great episodes with new guests, suppressing your actual thoughts because you're scared of people's opinions. Hell, now fuck that shit. I say what I want to say, like I said before. Our detractors are losers, guys. The dudes that talk the most shit about us are losers.
Yep.
Look at them. Look at me. I would talk shit about me if I was them too. Yo, Myron, I wish I caught Friday's show live because there's a little more to the NYPD story that most people don't realize. The 3 cops were there working and the Haitian dude started recording them. The female cop approached and said something to him and he continued recording. She then tried to get him to stop and leave and slapped the phone out of his hand, which led him to punching her in the face. Nose broken, multiple stitches needed. It don't matter, bro. You don't punch a cop. That was stupid. I don't care if she slapped the phone out your hand.
Yeah.
Like, that's stupid. With his position in oil and gas, Elon is effectively making sure that his business will last another 20, 50 years, which will give him the hope economy monopoly for a good chunk of time. Yeah, guys, I mean, keep in mind that Twitter's not profitable. So he's got to make that money back somehow. Mr. B. Vance got put in due to Don Jr., Tucker, and Bongino pushing for him to Trump. They mentioned this in their RNC interview together. Biden lost that game of golf. I think they should have put Vivek in. I think Vivek would have been better, but that's fine. JD has the connects. That's what they want.
Bro, don't get the Groypers angry. Vivek.
I mean, look, I got my access to ground with Vivek. I do think he's kind of fake. He didn't want to come on our podcast. He got scared. But I think optically speaking,
I basically we had Vivek on the Mario space, and then he was attacking China at that time, saying, "Oh, we shouldn't do anything with China." And then I did a bit of research and found that he's got companies in China and he made the money. So I asked him, and then he got exposed.
You got Yeah, I mean, look, man, he's a good talker, but I think optically he might have been a better person optically. But yeah. Hey, Myron, what do you think about YouTube CEO passing away? Check my Twitter.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much more. If Americans want, I mean, look, I never wish death upon anybody. Yeah, like a lot of people are trying to celebrate her death, which I think is kind of sick and weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen,
she has guys. At the end of the day, she has kids and she has a family. So, rest in peace to her.
You may not agree with what she did. I mean, shit, I might not agree either. But death is not something you want to celebrate.
Yeah, bro. I never celebrate anybody's death.
When you
my
die,
worst enemy.
You wouldn't want that to happen to you, would you?
Yeah, bro.
So
yeah. Rest in peace to her. I don't have to agree with her political views to still think that, still realize that she's a human being and she has children and a family. Yeah. You know what I mean? If Americans want the best immigrants, then America should stop distributing and destabilizing other countries. The U.S. is just getting the poor people from country that either bombarded directly or let their allies bombard. You give shit, you get shit back. I mean, we have destabilized a lot of countries that caused the mass migration that we're dealing with.
But is that true though? Because when I was looking at
you guys are dealing with it mostly.
Yeah, it's not even us. It's Europe. It's Europe.
Yeah,
it's Europe.
It's Europe, really.
Yeah. Because when I was looking at the U.S. stats, you guys are not actually getting people from the countries you bomb.
Yeah, no.
You guys are. You ain't bombing India. You ain't bombing China. You ain't bombing Mexico.
France, United Kingdom, Spain. You guys are the ones dealing with Italy.
No, UK aren't either. So like with the UK, our migrants are India, China, Nigeria. So again, it's not from countries that are getting bombed. They claim some of our illegal immigrants are, which is possibly true, but again, it's not a huge number of them because again, a lot of our illegal immigrants are also from India. So we not get, but I hear it's from Europe, but I haven't looked at the European stats.
Okay,
yeah.
Wow. Interesting. First, I understand that Trump is playing the game, but this is the same as us accepting born-again virgins and girls saying that they want a serious relationship after their whole phases. Trump should remain Who he is not changed for the politics. Hose leaves you when you change for them. Well, no, I understand that, Mr. B, but he's saying get in office.
Mr. B, you're comparing Hose to who's going to change the world right now? Come on, bro. Really? Mr. B.
And, bro, remember, he just needs their vote. That's it.
Mr. B,
he just needs to get in office.
This is the world you're talking about where your life is on the line versus a fucking 3 or 4.
And also, didn't Trump do that? He's literally brought in people who betrayed him in the past. So what you're saying is actually backs his point up, because he's brought in JD Vance, who betrayed him. He's getting cozy with Nikki Haley. Many of the people that he is brought in now. Look, Elon Musk. Do you remember his tweet about Elon Musk? After Elon attacked him, he said Elon Musk was so desperate for me to give him deals. He was only at that time. He was so desperate, I would have made him get on his knees and beg. Did you see that? Did you see that tweet?
I didn't see that, bro.
Yeah, that was Trump tweet. So it's the opposite. You're actually proving the point that actually Trump shouldn't be bringing in people who betrayed him in the past.
All right. What else? Fresh, I understand. Oh, Trump put his enemies in the spotlight to expose them, just like how King David put his enemies on the front lines.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Peter Darker says, Myron, you should get the soundbite of Porky the Pig stutter. Sorry, stuttering like Fresh and Elon. Okay.
Honestly, I don't stutter.
WFNF.
No, you know what it is, bro? Like, I don't stutter that bad. This is more like, I think so fast, bro. You have to understand, like, I'm thinking like 20 things at one time. So my brain is going like 10
They can't keep up with your speed.
So there's a lot going on in my head, bro. Like a lot going on in my head. Trust me.
That's actually what happens with smart people.
Yeah, because when I'm in the room with these people, bro, I'm telling you, bro, I'm coherent as fuck. Yeah, they know what I'm saying.
I knew he knew. I knew Sulaiman knew.
Well, okay, cool, yeah.
All right, what else we got?
FNF Super Chats.
Cam 2 times.
All right, Cam 2 times says, Myron, I saw that live voice with you, Tommy, and those FBAs, and as a black man, I don't claim them. They sounded real R-word, like a bunch of low IQ girls. FBAs one time called me white because I didn't give him special treatment at work. Yeah, bro. I did a whole post on FBAs and I exposed them yesterday. Go check it out.
What are they talking about that, though?
So
Foundation of Black Americans.
Yeah.
So no, I know them. I like them. But I'm saying, what's the thing about Tommy?
Oh, he had a space on Twitter.
Tommy Sotomayor.
Tommy Sotomayor. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, not Tommy Robinson.
Not your Tommy.
I'd rather punch myself in the dick before listening to an Arab Brit about my country's politics. America first, Americans first. Okay,
well, that's your opinion, bro. But I mean,
he's actually not Arab. He's Pakistani.
He has good takes.
But Salman Goof. Yeah. This dope head. Nasally Salman dude trying to sound sophisticated when we all know this is about. He's an Islamic extremist against Trump and Elon because he's pro-open borders. He's a tribal, global, no logic?
Goofball with no logic, yeah.
I can't see my
so, I mean, if you're going to make the argument that I'm an Islamic extremist, at least provide the evidence. In terms of tribal, I don't think I'm tribal because if you look at much of my writing, maybe you've never written something before in your life, you will see that I've actually called out the Muslim community a significant amount of times. Heck, there was an essay I wrote in 2016, which was the treatment of Christians in Pakistan. And I was basically monumental in having a Christian woman released because she'd been put into prison, what I believed based on false charges. So like, I'm actually not tribal, but the only thing is that you're like so slow and so retarded that you think that just because I don't agree with your position, for example, when you guys cry about Jews, yeah, Jews, they're in charge of everything, but as soon as they tell you to basically attack Muslims in the UK, you do it. As soon as they, for example, Marie Le Pen, you guys were supporting her, even though she's a Zionist, even though Tommy Robinson is Zionist back. Like, why are you all crying about Jews where as soon as the chance comes, as soon as the situation comes, you guys literally bend your knee and bend over for them? So that's the difference. I'm consistent. You aren't.
There you go.
All right. Let's move on to anything else?
Yeah, we got 4 more.
4 more? Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys got your chats in now while we were reading them. If the policy is good, and guys, just so you know, real quick, guys, join Castle Club, guys. As you guys can see here, we're obviously reading all the Castle Club chats. It's significantly cheaper. You're able to go ahead and interact with the show. You know, get in Castle Club. We're going to have a Zoom call for you ninjas this week Wednesday as well. So, guys, join the Castle Club. You guys want to support free speech? You guys want to see how we're able to keep the show going for y'all right now? CashClub.tv, man, while being demonetized is how
We had a
we're able to do the show.
with Chris Cron about real estate and business. That was amazing, guys. So go check it out.
Yeah, we'll put clips of it on YouTube for you guys. But guys, Cash Club is where it's at, man. Support the movement. If the policy is good, they'll vote for you. Is a reasonable world? Yes. However, truth don't matter. What matters is what people think. In a nutshell, we need to find a way to get the stupid people's vote. But it's not by logic that is this won't happen. WFNF for the instructed three-way discussion. And contrary to Kamala, you guys actually have your own points on to different topics. W, yeah, bro. I mean, that's why social media is so important. W, sure, you guys getting Candace Owens anytime soon? I'm sure it should be a great addition to discussion. WFNF, thank you so much. We'll probably end of the year. Kamala got no ass, nigga. Okay, fresh updates.
Fresh updates.
Facts, bro.
Is Kamala Indian or African? It doesn't matter.
Is she Jamaican?
I think, yeah, Jamaican. Great show tonight. They probably looked lit as hell. Couldn't make it. Have responsibility to take care of, but we'll always support y'all till then. Like going,
like the going Mary.
Oh, from One Piece.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, bro. Yo, you seen that fight between? All right, never mind.
Oh, no,
Yo, fresh.
What else we got? Anything else?
Can't spoil like that.
You're right.
That's it? All right, so since we're on the topic of World War III and Iran, so I guess we can, audience, you guys want us to explain how we got here or not? Give me one in the chat if you guys want to explain how we even got here to this World War III, because some of y'all might not like even know how we got to this point. If so, we can go ahead and give you guys a quick recap, or we can get into the latest news with it. It won't be too long, but let's see. Or Tuesday, you guys just want to go into what's going on now, or one of you guys kind of want the history background. Let's see what they say on YouTube and on Rumble.
All right.
And just while they're doing that, someone said, you've said about your non-tribal behavior about Pakistan, but what about Muslims? So again, check my writings out. Like, one of the reasons why a lot of people used to dislike me is because I used to call out extreme behavior within certain...
Police saw that.
Yeah, I called that out. I called out extreme behavior, even like extreme behavior within the Muslim community. Like, again, check my writings out. My writings, I've been writing for, up until I came to Twitter, from 2012, I wrote significantly up until 2017. They're on my website as long as a few other websites. You can check them out.
It's funny when people call you a jihadi, because I'm like, not at all. He's like one of the most moderate voices in here. Like, you don't even talk about religion unless people openly ask you about it.
Yeah, I don't look. My expertise is religion because I went to Islamic school, so I studied significantly.
Yeah,
but like,
you don't like bring it up like you talk more geopolitics, or unless people ask you about Islam, then you'll answer.
Yeah, that's
like, you're not over here like some of these guys like Dili Hussein, who's constantly bitching like, no, you know what I mean, like about you know, extremist viewpoints and shit like that on Twitter.
So people like Dili Hussein do not like me.
Yeah, they hate
because I call out their positions, because I believe that a lot of their positions are not mainstream in my view. I think they're a bit too out there. You can look at my writings. Like, I literally call these people out. Now, I'm not trying to like appease you, like if you're chatting nonsense. I know literally all this crying is because...
Yeah, when people call you a jihadi, I kind of laugh. I'm like, not even close.
So like all of this crying is really what it's about is, I don't suck up to anyone. I really don't. Like, I can be friends with anyone from any position. I'm friends with people from the far left. I'm friends with people from the far right. I'm friends with you guys, and you guys have different positions, right? Like, I think that you should be able to have different positions.
Sure.
What they're crying about is because my position about white people is different to theirs. So I believe that a significant proportion of what's happening to white people is because of feminism, is because of birth rate, is because of population collapse. And by the way, you know, population collapse, these guys have learned about it now because Elon started talking about a year or two ago. I was writing essays about population collapse like 10 years ago. So I'd already figured out the problem 10 years ago, and now you guys are learning about it. And what's happened?
How can you even argue that, though? This is all true, because if you talk about each issue by itself, it sounds small. When you put them all together, working together, of course it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the reason they're crying. And the second reason they're crying is because I supported the person opposing Marie Le Pen. And the reason, because basically there's Marie Le Pen in France, and there was the socialist on the or communist on the other side, and I was against Le Pen. And the reason I was against Le Pen, not is because I was for these guys, even though they are pro-Palestine, and even though these guys grift off the Palestine issue, but that wasn't actually the reason. The reason is because Le Pen's a Zionist. She is, it literally says, I'm a Zionist and my fight is for the Zionist fight. And she basically went for a march for Israel. So she did a march. And you know how some of these people in Europe were like, we're going to go and do, like, there's a lot of pro-Palestinian people marching throughout the UK, throughout Europe. We're now going to do a march for Israel. So I was against her for that reason, because she's a Zionist-controlled shill, just as Melee, just as Gers Wilder, just as Tommy Robinson, et al., all the rest of them. the second reason they're crying is because of the UK, what happened in the UK. I was against the people who rioted, and I call them far-right Islamophobes. That doesn't mean everyone in the far right, because I don't think, but the far-right Islamophobes, because they were specifically Islamophobes, because Tommy Robinson himself says that his issue isn't immigration, his issue is Islam. And Tommy Robinson is a Zionist, and they lied and said that it was a Muslim who basically did the stabbing on the first day.
Yeah, it was really a Rwandan Christian.
Yeah, exactly. So I just call that out. And again, I'm not in charge. I'm not on the side of the Zionists. Again, they're on the side of the Zionists. So you keep seeing, what you keep seeing is these guys cry about Jews all the time, but as soon as the time comes, they literally bend over for the Jews, and or what I say is Zionists. So that's the difference between us. I'm consistent. In terms of Venezuela, someone's crying about that. In terms of Venezuela, again, I didn't want the CIA, Mossad overthrow of him. I'm not a communist. I don't agree with communism. I think there's a major problems with communism, but I also think there's some issues with capitalism as well, even though I prefer capitalism over communism.
You don't want U.S. imperialism
exactly.
in Venezuela.
Exactly, so that's what it is. So I'm like literally the most consistent person, whereas you guys cry about Zionists but be on this side when the time.
We need to bring Jackson Hinkle in to talk about the Venezuelan stuff. I know a lot of people oppose him on that, like, oh, Maduro's bad, blah, 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 blah. But I see both sides. I see them saying, like, look, the other guy would have brought in American, ideals, the central banks, everything else like that, and Maduro was trying to stay away from that. But I also see people saying, oh, well, Maduro stole the election. Who knows? But
look, I don't think he stole the election. I agree with Jackson in his position about Venezuela. But even hypothetically, if he did, like, okay, let me be clear. I don't trust any elections throughout any of the world. I think the US elections are stolen. Never mind flipping it to backward countries, right? Yeah. So, like, let's not go down this election route.
They stole
Bro, you can't trust none of this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, who knows? Probably the 26... Like, I think most of the elections are rigged, to be honest.
Fair enough. All right, so, okay, I think we got a bunch of ones, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sulaiman, do you want to go over how we got here with the Iran conflict?
Yeah. What do you want?
Or do you want me to do it?
No, I don't mind.
No,
should we go to Rumble?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty clean.
Yeah, I'll make it geopolitical.
Yeah.
I'll keep it geopolitical.
Yeah, because it's all a fact. Go ahead.
Do you want the current situation or like overall?
I'm thinking we could give them like what transpired in the past month.
Okay.
That has Iran all going crazy.
Okay, so I'll do from April actually. Just that small incident in April.
Yeah, actually, let's start with April. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So from April, guys, this is when Iran actually attacked Israel directly. So go ahead.
So what happened was people claim that Iran is funding, financing, and supplying Hamas with weapons, right? But they've never directly gone into war with Israel. Now, what happened was Israel bombed an Iranian embassy in Syria. Now, what the rules throughout the whole world is that your embassy is considered your land. So, for example, the UK embassy in America is actually considered UK soil. So, for example, if an American was to attack the UK embassy, it's actually a direct attack on the United Kingdom. So when
it's a declaration of war.
It's a declaration of war, but it's actually attacking their land.
Yep.
So, for example, let's say you were running from the US, right? You could go to an embassy like the Chinese embassy, and they'd give you asylum. America couldn't go inside that embassy.
That's how Julian Assange was able to stay safe for 10 years.
Exactly, in the Ecuadorian embassy.
Just to give you guys an idea of like how embassies work and the power and the sovereignty they have. Even in a foreign land, technically, they're still considered the soil of the country that it represents.
That's right, yeah. So they bombed Iran's embassy in Syria.
Crazy.
That's literally a direct attack on Iran.
And they killed a bunch of high-ranking military officials.
They did. They killed a number of high-ranking military officials. So now Iran's forced to respond because this is a direct attack on their nation. So what did Iran do? They telegraphed that they were going to retaliate, therefore minimizing the fact that there's going to be severe
They made a commercial about it.
Yeah, they did. But they also let America know. They let American allies know. They let the Arab nations know around. So when they did the drone attacks, America, UK, Israel, even Jordan, Saudi Arabia, they all assembled to stop the drone attacks. Even then, some drone attacks got through, and they did hit some military bases, even though Israel lied and said that none of them did.
And just so you guys know, Israel has a huge, sophisticated Iron Dome, which is designed to shoot missiles down that come towards Israel, Tel Aviv, whatever may be all their important places. So what Iran did was they sent different waves of drones. They sent their bullshit in first. Some missiles get used. They sent in their second set of bullshit drones. Those get used. So what they basically effectively did was, let's weaken the resources and the missiles in the Iron Dome, which are used to create defense for them. So Iran not only said, hey, we're going to send missiles over, they telegraphed it, and then they did it. And then Jordan, the United States, you said France helped too, right?
Yeah.
All the NATO countries basically helped. Yeah. Israel, all of them worked together to shoot these missiles down from Iran, and they shot a bunch.
And some got through and hit the military bases. Now, what's interesting is, just as a point of note...
April.
April. So what's interesting is, as a point of note, is I thought Israel was like the big don. I thought they were like, listen, might is right. We're all powerful. And yet what happens is a small little drone attack and they have basically NATO assembled and Arab nations assembled for them.
And watch your episode with Scott Ritter. He goes to the detail about which missiles, like specifically, Iran used and the makes and models. So for all you military guys that
war
love
dogs.
you war dogs, you guys like to know what type of missiles and stuff. Scott Ritter actually went into detail into what type of equipment and missiles and technology Iran was using, and the United States, etc., shoot these missiles down and like the whole situation there. But sorry, continue. Last week.
So they did that, and then Israel did like kind of like a retaliation, but it wasn't, nothing really happened. So that became the end of the situation.
Yep.
And then what happened was, you basically recently had a scenario where there was a missile that hit. So there was a missile that hit the Druze community in the Golan Heights.
Yes.
Now, Israel claimed that this was an attack by Hezbollah. Hezbollah claimed that this was an intercept, that it was basically an Israeli missile interceptor that hit the Golan Heights.
From the Iron Dome that we mentioned to you guys before.
Exactly. Now, logically speaking, there's almost zero chance that Hezbollah would do that. Because why would they attack Syrians in the Golan Heights who reject the Israelis?
There you go.
They reject them to such an extent.
They're Arabs.
Yeah, exactly.
And all the 11 kids that died or 12 kids that died, if you look at their names, they're all Arabs.
Yeah.
They're all Muslim Arabs.
Exactly. And they've rejected Israeli passports.
Yep.
And in addition to that, when Netanyahu and who was it again? Was it Galan? Went to Israel. They
tried to go up there to the Golan Heights.
Yeah, they went to the Golan Heights for the funeral. Smotrich it was. They kicked them out. That's the level of disdain they have for them.
Yeah.
Right?
The Golan Heights, guys, it's Syria, but it's occupied Israel.
That's right. Israel
is what it is. It's Israel occupied, but they're Syrians.
Yeah. And so you had that incident. Israel then...
Which they use that as a justification
to do this next attack. Now, Israel just wanted to do it because in reality, we've just demonstrated that it was actually Israel interceptor missile that caused it. They then bombed Beirut. Now, Beirut is really important because Beirut is a multicultural, multi-religious, very Western country. Like, you'd be shocked.
A lot of Christians live there.
A lot of Christians live there. There's like a huge nightlife. It's not religious at all. Like, when I went there, I literally thought I'm going to a more Western society than even London.
If you guys look at Arab on Twitter, Sneeko's boy, he's in Lebanon right now, Beirut. Very westernized country.
Very westernized, right?
And he's Christian, by the way.
Yeah.
Arab is Christian.
And many of them, actually, when I went to Lebanon, many of the people I was hanging around was all Christians. Like, it's a huge number, and so it's Beirut. It's a capital city, so imagine New York being hit, and it's dense. This population is quite dense in there. So in reality, that's what they did. They hit, and that was a red line for Hezbollah as well. That you're not allowed to go and hit our capital city, right? You can hit these smaller areas where there's not many people and we'll retaliate, but that's kind of like a red line. It's like Hezbollah literally directly attacking Tel Aviv, bombarding it to ensure that there's civilian deaths.
Yeah.
So this attack killed Haj Mohsen, who was Hezbollah's, you could basically say, second guy. So he was head of the military. Some say he's like the sixth guy who's head of the Jihad Council, but in reality, you could say either second or sixth in line after the current Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Mm-hmm. So they kill him. So that's bad enough. Then the next day, they basically... Oh, no, the same day, wasn't it? The same day. It was the same day, yeah, because I was thinking now, where was I? I was here. The same day, they basically...
Bomb another capital of another sovereign country.
Yeah.
Tehran, Iran.
Wait, who's bombing the...
Israel. So this time, I don't think they bombed it. Because...
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, this is what I'm trying to say.
Wait, before you say it, I agree. Just
no.
let him talk.
Yeah.
So what happened was the Hamas leader who's in charge of the negotiations, Ismail Haniyeh, went to Iran. Now, the reason he went to Iran is because the new president was going to be inaugurated, because the previous president died in a helicopter accident.
Yeah.
And so...
Yo, Mossad, fuck that helicopter up, man. I'm telling you, bro.
Ever since Kobe Bryant died in that helicopter, nigga,
fuck helicopters.
I am not getting on one, bro.
Fuck helicopters, man.
I'm good.
So Haniyeh is there. Can we pull him up, a picture of him up real quick?
Ismail Haniyeh. He's a guy, look, he has worked hard for the resistance.
Yeah.
His children have been sacrificed and killed.
Oh, yeah. They
his
killed the
grandchildren have been killed. And what he did was he was there for the inauguration. Now, there was two statements. I think the second one is more likely. The first one is that there was an aerial attack through a drone that hit him. I think that's unlikely, and it shows severe weaknesses by Iran. What the other claim by the New York Times, even though I know the New York Times there's like some legitimacy issues in terms of who controls it, but they claim that what happened was there was an explosive put in his room months earlier that detonated at that specific time.
Him. And this is the guy that was, and the reason why this is relevant, guys, is because this dude was the head negotiator that Netanyahu and the Israeli government was negotiating with to get the hostages back. He was the head of Hamas's political wing. There's two different wings. There's a political wing, and then there's the military wing. So that's who they assassinated on July 30th.
Yeah.
31st.
So he's basically the head of Hamas, right? And they assassinated him. So just think about that. They bomb Beirut Hezbollah leader. They kill the Hamas leader, and they do it in Iran. Now that's all of the axis of resistance engaged. So that means now they have to retaliate. Now what's been happening since then is Iran's been saying we're going to retaliate. It's going to be 24 hours, and then they don't do it. And then they say it's going to be 48 hours, and then they don't do it. And then they say we're going to do it by August the 9th, and then they don't do it. Then they say we're going to do it by August the 12th, and they don't do it. So my personal opinion on this is psychological warfare to make them think it's coming, to make them, and to cost them money. Because apparently, up until a couple of days ago, the US had already spent $1 billion since this attack, thinking that Iran's about to attack.
Oh, so since July 30th?
Yeah.
Because they started mobilizing forces immediately after they killed Haniyeh.
Exactly. So every single day that they're pretending or giving this psychological assumption that they're going to attack is costing the US and Israel a significant amount of money. And it puts the fear into Israel as coming. Like, imagine someone's, like, you know, if someone punches you, it hurts, but it's over. But if you know some, like, big tonking guy is going to punch you, and he's literally telling you, I'm going to punch you, and he comes to you, and then he doesn't do it. And then the next day he comes in, that's worse than actually being punched. You'd rather have two licks straight away than one lick that may come at any time.
That's what I'm telling you. You fight somebody head on, it's you coming. Fighting from the inside, they don't see it coming. That's worse.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Interesting. Wow.
So, coming back to the point, so now that is going to happen. So we saw like 30 missiles that went the other day. Do you remember?
Yeah.
But so that was like.
So Hezbollah did send missiles yesterday, right?
Yeah,
is that confirmed now?
That was, yeah. There was 30 missiles that was sent by Hezbollah.
And they hit?
So what's the disagreement is Hezbollah claimed that all of them hit. Israel claimed that no, all of them did not hit. We only allowed certain through. That didn't hit any military bases. So that's the two positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we know for a fact missiles were sent.
Oh, 100%.
So Hezbollah has...
We know for a fact that missiles were sent. We know for a fact that missiles went through the Iron Dome. And we know that for a fact that missiles went into Israel.
Why would they allow missiles to go through the Iron Dome?
No, because they didn't allow it. Sorry, did I say allow? I mean, it penetrated the Iron Dome. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, they didn't allow. Right. So in reality, what it shows is that the Iron Dome isn't as strong as they claim.
Yeah, it's not invincible.
So
and keep in mind that they actually depend on us a lot to stock it with missiles. So every time there's an attack, they have to launch missiles to intercept those missiles.
That's right. So that's more US
between Hezbollah, Iran, and then Yemen, the Houthis.
Yeah.
How many? They got hundreds of thousands of missiles.
That's right. And it costs them a stupid amount of money to intercept them.
World War III.
Well, when I was talking with Andrew Bustamante, former CIA, I asked him, "What do you think is going to happen here?" Because they had just assassinated Haniyeh when I had him on. He predicts a coordinated attack between all the Axis powers towards Israel. Is what he said. Is he said it's going to come. he said we're not going to know, but he said it's going to absolutely be a coordinated attack. And he even said it that it was very stupid for Israel to do that, to attack Hezbollah and Iran within 24 hours.
I think they wanted this to happen though, between me and you.
And how do you kill the chief
What?
They wanted this to happen between me and you.
They wanted to what?
They wanted this to happen.
Israel. He's saying Israel wanted this to happen.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing with Netanyahu. I don't think he gives a fuck about the hostages. The more and more
he doesn't.
I look at this, he doesn't care about a two-state solution. He doesn't care about the hostages. If you cared about the hostages, why would you kill the guy that you're negotiating with to get the hostages? Because you guys want to know who's in power now? A guy named Yahya Sinwar. And that dude doesn't want to negotiate shit.
Yes. You know what
You
I
can
think?
Google him real quick.
You know what I think?
It's a lot
They really
harsher.
want to do?
Way harsher. He does, bro. He wants that. You want to talk about extreme? That guy's extreme. So now you put someone in.
I don't think he is though. So
I
think he's not as diplomatic as Ismail
not.
Haniyeh for sure.
He wants to shoot Netanyahu. You want to talk to him?
But I do think that he would negotiate. The reason why they're not negotiating right now is, first of all, Israel keeps rejecting all offers, right?
Of course.
But the reason now is because why would you negotiate? There's literally going to be a response happening now.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that's not happening. But now I think, because you mentioned the CIA guy, there's two possibilities. If what your CIA guy if what he says happens, then it is going to be World War III, because that's going to be such a monumental assault, and then there will be a number of casualties that will lead to World War III.
Because they will destroy Tel Aviv. Is what will happen.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think Israel. I don't think.
Okay, you
Iran's
don't think they're going to do a coordinated strike like that?
I don't think they're going to go to World War III. So I think there will be a response. I think it will be strong, but I think it'll be enough that it doesn't go to World War III. Because I think what you're saying will definitely do it. I'm saying if Iran responds on their own, and then Hezbollah responds on their own separately, and they do a bit of damage here and there, I think that will be enough for Israel to do something smaller, and then them to respond.
So what, hit military
smaller
targets only? Power grids, infrastructure? What are we talking here?
Yeah. So hit military targets. Don't kill civilians, which they've never really done before. And don't attack Tel Aviv. So I think that's what's going to happen.
I think Israel is trying to invoke scripture to come to pass. That's what I think.
What's the scripture?
In so many different ways, is the world against them. And their enemies are actually tied to scripture. If you notice, their whole agenda is tied towards scripture. All their enemies are in the scripture.
Yeah, but the problem with the scripture is both Islamic scripture and Jewish scripture. It's meant to be, as far as I remember, it's meant to be Jewish scriptures, everyone against them. Mm-hmm. In Islamic scripture, it's meant to be Muslim and Christians against them. And so in reality, I don't think we're in a position like that, because if you look at America, which is largely Christian, is full on Israel styles.
But remember what's happening.
What scripture are you referring to? Like Old Testament, New Testament?
The New Testament.
Okay.
And a little bit old.
Oh, you're talking about Christian scripture.
But hold on. In the Bible, it talks about, for example, the world against Israel. How's that going to happen? Actually, look at social media. After that whole thing that they did, I won't go back in time, but with the bombing and people dying, what happened to the world? They all point fingers at Israel. That never happened in history before, ever. Yeah,
but the New Testament is Christians, and Christians, largely speaking, because evangelicals and Protestants are basically with Israel. The people who are not with Israel are basically...
But hold on, you mentioned the world...
Catholics and Orthodox, right?
Catholics, Orthodox, and atheists.
But you mentioned Christianity itself is going down. So that people that are with Israel is a small amount compared to the whole world itself.
So in the UK it is, but in the US, you guys have got a very strong Christian population still.
Bro, it's weak, bro.
What's the percentage? I'm sure it's 70%.
Well, he means as in they at least identify as Christian. But they're just not religious and they're weak.
Mean shit, because I can say I'm Christian all day, which...
Yeah, but he's saying they don't even identify. At least people here will say, I'm a Christian. But right, you got a cross right now. You're not religious, but you at least identify as Christian.
But here's the big issue.
They're like, I'm agnostic.
No, here's the issue though, right? It's all the same, because I can say a Christian and I go partying tomorrow. I can say whatever.
I don't think it's the same. So if you say you're a Christian and you party tomorrow, you still believe in God, you're still a Christian. If person B says that they don't believe in God,
actually,
that's a bit different.
It's worse if I pretend and I don't do what I say I do, because now I'm lying to God Himself.
But you believe there's a God.
100%.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Well, I mean, I think what he's saying is that we have a stronger Christian presence in the United States than in the United Kingdom.
I agree.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
But I'm just saying, in totality, them believing in Israel and it being state and all that stuff is true. But the vast majority of Christians they just say they're Christian, but they're not really Christian.
No, because look, there was a poll, wasn't there? And it asked every single religion and a breakdown of a religion. So within Christian sects, their support of Israel. And even the recent poll after October the 7th, the vast majority of evangelicals were still in support of Israel. And then you had, so it was something like 70. So obviously, Jewish people were first. Then it was evangelicals. Catholics were almost the same as Muslims. That's how much they're not for Israel.
Question: Can you give the
not really Christian though, Catholics?
They'll say the same about you guys. Schofield Bible.
Real quick.
To be honest though.
Yeah, real quick, because obviously we damn it, what was I going to say? Oh, for the audience, real quick, can you describe the difference between Orthodox Christians, evangelical Christians, Catholics, Protestants, etc.? Because I don't think people know. Most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians. Yeah. They're not Jews. Like, I want to make that very clear for you guys. Like, a lot of people think, all Jews are Zionists. That's absolutely not true whatsoever. Most are actually evangelical Christians.
So
yeah, what's the difference?
It's like 30-1.
So back in the day,
is that the ratio?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's pretty wide.
Okay.
So back in the day, there was a Bible that was written, and everyone followed it. However, people felt like certain I want to say they were inspired differently by the word, and it took it as a certain way.
Religion debate coming this week, by the way.
So some believed certain scriptures were more powerful than others. Some became Protestant. Some became, like, obviously, Latter-day Saints. All these different denominations. The point is, they broke up the church into many different factors, which is obviously the devil's work. But through those deviations, they believe that scripture was, I want to say, more geared towards a certain agenda, and they took scripture and made it their own philosophy. So it doesn't mean it's right. It just means that they make scriptures more important than other parts of it.
So certain religious leaders interpreted scripture differently than others,
and they made it their staple as this is what we believe in through and through. So it's still the Bible, but they make it a more paramount, like, part of their belief. So, like, Catholics, they believe that the Virgin Mary and all this stuff is, like, important. And all honesty,
saints and all this other stuff.
In all honesty, that's not important, but they make it a point to be important. Okay. So that deviation is Catholics, and vice versa for, like, Seventh-day Adventists, all these other,
the big ones are what? Roman Catholic, Orthodox Christians, Protestants, right? Would you say those are top three?
Jehovah's Witnesses as well. I mean, there's a bunch, bro. It's a lot, bro. I can't even tell you all of them. But the point is, they deviated from.
I mean, I think Catholics are Christians.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
So if you look at the history of Catholicism, it's integrated into Christianity from very early on. If you look at the Protestant Church through Martin Luther and various others, it got propagated into UK through basically almost reforming Christianity to the extent where it removes certain aspects of Christian tradition, such as, like, as you mentioned, Virgin Mary, such as certain practices, and it made Christianity a lot more devout of practices. And my actual view is that actually led to a lot of the liberalist reform throughout history. So there's a really good book by Gibbons, who literally explains how liberalism came from Protestantism when they basically separated from the Catholic Church.
So I will say this. Back then, it was a more stable thought. But look at the Pope today. He's saying gays, everybody should be accepted. That's crazy, bro. Come on.
It is, yeah.
So I think nowadays...
Is it Protestants that don't believe in popes?
That's right,
Yeah.
And then Orthodox Christians believe there's only one pope, if I'm not mistaken.
I have to double check.
And then Catholics believe in many popes.
Bro, they believe in a lot of stuff, man.
Chat, am I correct there? Protestants, no popes. Orthodox Christians, one pope. And then Catholics say, hey, there's many popes. Chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to learn more about religion. I've been studying because I'm trying to have this debate on Wednesday.
I need to do more research. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, yes, Catholics themselves, I would say, are bad people. I just think what they believe in and what they believe God to be and what he accepts is crazy nowadays. Like, the Pope literally said a couple weeks ago, saying, like, oh yeah, accept everyone, gays, trans. That's crazy, bro. Just so you know from what the Bible says. Anyway,
yeah, for sure.
But long story short,
Catholics are the only ones that believe in the Pope. Okay, that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
okay.
But long story short, I'm just saying.
But that's just a Catholic Pope who's kind of diverted away from Catholicism, because traditionally Catholicism was.
Okay, Orthodox believe Jesus is the head of the church. Catholics believe the Pope is the head of the church.
There you go.
Okay.
Anyhow, so
Orthodox don't have a Pope. Okay, that makes sense.
we were talking about like
and that Orthodox basically has multiple popes to make it a council. Bro, what the fuck?
I don't know much about Orthodox Christianity, but I know Catholicism and Protestantism.
Okay.
And that's mainly because in the UK, those were the separations. So, like, when in historically...
The Orthodox is like an Eastern European thing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Russia,
it is,
Romania,
So, like,
Ukraine.
in the UK, what happened was we had it was a Catholic country first, and then King Henry basically was like, Mandem wants these wives, fresher fit style. So,
actually, it's a sin.
Wants the bitches.
Exactly. So he's like,
Mandem want their wives.
So he's like,
Mandem.
Yeah.
It's a sin to change the Bible for your own needs,
Yo.
and they did that over a bunch of the years to change the Bible to their own needs. But no, I was just saying, like, they're aligning themselves with the book to gain a certain result of them being the ones under pressure. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I will say, so going back to the Iran war, whatever, I have a source of mine, actually truth teller, smart guy. He's saying that Iran is planning an attack within the next 24 hours on not just Israeli, but U.S. bases in the Middle East.
Oh, wow.
We'll see what happens.
But they've been
they're threatening this for a bit, though, like you're saying.
I think they're doing it on purpose, and I think it's a smart strategy, by the way, because there's a psychological warfare and financial cost that you're doing. But as long as they do the attack,
because they're keeping those air carriers in it's expensive to make,
they even sent a couple of more in there. So I think the attack's going to happen. I know your CIA guy. If what your CIA guy says happens, then definitely we're going to World War III. Like, there's no way Tel Aviv gets destroyed and there isn't a major retaliation. Then it's definitely World War III.
maybe even Samson.
Everything's on the table when that happens.
But you know what's crazy?
But
so the Bible speaks about the fire coming from heaven to burn and destroy a third of the population. You know what that fire is?
You believe it's nuclear warfare?
Nukes.
Yeah.
Has to be, bro. What else could it be? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Are you on Rumble or no?
No, we're only on YouTube.
Never mind.
No, sorry, we're on YouTube and Rumble. Do you want to go to Rumble only?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. Continue. I don't know shit.
Yeah, so
I'm dumb,
We
bro.
can go to Rumble, bro. If you
Nah,
want.
I'm dumb. I don't know shit. You go ahead.
This guy. So yeah, but I think likely what's going to happen is they will
You think
retaliate.
the attack will come this month?
Yeah.
I think it's going to come this month too.
I think it's going to come this month. Yeah.
All right. Nah, man. I guess yeah. We've been going for a while. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Shout out to all you guys for sticking with us. Anything else you guys got before we close this thing out?
2 more hours. Let's go. Woo! Let's go, Bills and Mo.
Me and Sulaiman will start up a Twitter space after this.
Nigga, we staying for hours. Yes, let's go chat.
Wait, hold on.
Once for them, 2 more hours.
Wait, who's we?
Two to go.
That's my brother right here. Nigga, you cheap.
The jar loading.
Is $1?
The jar is so.
Myron,
I mean,
your card, Myron?
it's from Myron's money.
You don't got your card, Myron?
He do got his card. That's why he donated it.
Oh, he got your card?
Yeah.
Wait, he's here?
Yeah. No.
No, I mean he's donating from home, but I mean
Tell him $5 limit, bro.
this nigga's a bum, bro.
2 more hours. They're down.
No, we.
You guys down?
What do you mean we?
W Street.
No, we.
I don't get it. Is that your brother?
It is my brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he a bum, man.
So the jar loading, that's Islamic eschatology.
Yeah, he's very religious, my brother.
Yeah. So it's basically the idea that basically what's going to happen is the false messiah is going to come to basically misdirect people, and that false messiah is the jar.
Yes. But we believe that. Wait, you guys believe that he's coming when though?
Who?
Do you know when he's
In the
coming?
Islamic faith,
The
he's
false
asking.
Messiah or whatever?
Yeah. So basically, within the Islamic faith, there are a certain types of events that need to occur
First.
for it to happen, and many Muslims believe that many of those events have already occurred. For example, the feminization of society,
Yes.
the fact that there's tall buildings, the fall of Constantinople. There's many eschatological events that need to occur for it to happen, and the vast majority, if not all, have already occurred.
Do you believe that this is the last pope in history?
So there's a Muslim scholar, but this is not my position, I'm just telling you the Islamic position, right? So there's a Muslim scholar called Imam Ghazali, and what Imam Ghazali said was that, and so he's a well-known, well-respected scholar, right, from Orthodox Sunni Islam, and what he said was that he believed, based on prediction, he said that there would not be no 15th Islamic century. Sorry, the Islamic century wouldn't go past the 15th, so 1500s. So right now we're on 1432, I believe.
So you got 70 more years?
1446 it is, so 54 years in the lunar cycle.
So
According to
this is just my opinion. I think this is the last pope. And do you know how the last pope died? The one before him?
How?
He died randomly, and thunder struck the building when he died instantly, like same time. It's crazy.
Wow.
If that's not a sign, I'm like, bro, that's crazy.
So, but why do you think this is the last pope?
Well, he's the only pope that includes everyone to be under one religion. Like fully, like
perennialist,
like anybody. Like you could be
Muslim,
you could be atheist, you could be Hindu. You could
so
just come in. You could be gay. It don't matter.
Perennialism,
pretty much.
So he believes that you don't need to be Christian to be saved. You could be any religion. Bro. So it's perennialism, right?
Which is scary because
why is it scary?
That just means that like there's no foundation for Catholics anymore. Because remember, you guys they preach like you're going to hell if you don't believe in Jesus Christ. Sorry, if you don't believe in God and Scripture. He's just saying fuck all that. Just do what I say. That's crazy, bro.
The Messiah?
No, the Pope.
Oh, okay.
The current Pope.
Okay.
It's just basically perennialist position.
Is that why you don't believe in Catholics? Catholicism?
I think the best, I want to say, base to go off of religion for God is non-denominational, which means you don't believe in any traditional lane, for example, any deviation.
Heretic.
Yeah. You just believe in God, the Savior, Jesus Christ, and you serve Him versus a certain scripture that you follow mainly. So my thing is like, you believe in God.
Would that be basically Orthodox Christianity?
No. It's heretical. You're basically not following any kind of orthodox mainstream sect position within Christianity. He's basically saying that you just need to follow certain main tenets within Christianity, and that is enough to be.
Well, I'm saying follow the Bible and what it says, not what your pastor tells you.
What's the biggest sect of Christianity? Is it Orthodox? Is it Catholic? Is it Protestant?
In the UK, in the US or throughout the world?
I know U.S. is Protestant.
Yeah, U.S.
Right?
Yeah.
Well,
and so is UK. The whole of Western Europe is basically Protestant mainly, and then the rest of the world is mainly Catholic.
Catholic, yeah.
So Catholic is the biggest sect, you would say?
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
All right. What do you got here? Gracious events. Yeah, party was lit. VIP, but party was popping. Fuck the haters and bookies.
Speaking facts, bro.
First stop smashing all the baddies. Leave some for us. Yeah, bro. I mean, dudes are gonna hate, bro.
Listen. The yacht was for y'all niggas, man. I didn't do shit on the yacht, bro. Just giving it being with you. Not this one at least.
But off the yacht.
Nigga, shut up, man. Yo, talk to Myron, man. Talk to Myron, man.
Wrapping off the yacht.
Fresh had people to doing things to see.
Nah, talk to Myron, man. Myron was outside. Yo, did you drink it outside?
I had 1.5.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get drunk.
Yeah, no, 1.5. Yeah. That shit tasted terrible. I don't know how y'all niggas drink, bro. That shit trash, bro.
It tastes like shit, bro.
It's terrible, man.
Yeah, alcohol's terrible.
Yeah, every time I take a sip, I'm like, this is why I don't do this shit.
Bro, I take a shot and I'm like, damn, why am I doing this shit, bro?
Yeah, I had 1.5 too. So I was like, no, fuck that. I went to the gym today.
There you go.
I was like, fuck this shit. Still could feel it.
Damn.
Yeah, man. So anyway, fuck alcohol. What else? Anything else?
Nope.
No. All right. So guys, hope you guys enjoyed today's show, man. Shout out to Sulaiman. How much longer are you here in town?
I'm leaving in a couple of days. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I think we might have a religion debate on Wednesday.
We should do some more of these, bro. Yo, I'm
having the religion debate.
This is better than the girl show, I think.
Of course.
Way better.
So, I might have Sam Shamoun and Jay Dyer versus Daniel Hatikuk and
Sam's not Daniel in studio, right? Is Sam in studio or no? Sam Shamoun, is he virtual?
I think I think most of it's gonna be virtual.
You spoke to him or no?
I spoke to them on Twitter.
Okay.
Because Sulaiman, you don't debate religion, right? Like it's kind of a waste of time for you.
I don't like debating Christianity and Islam, and that's because I don't agree with most of their positions. So, as an example, who have you got? Daniel Haqiqatu. I'm cool with him. Who's the other guy?
The other guy
Sam
is
Shamoun.
No. Sam Shamoun is on. He's asking on the Muslim side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here, I'll tell you in a second.
Because the thing is, like, I mean, I spoke to him on Skype before, but
Shamoun?
Yeah, he's cool.
Okay.
But
yeah, they've been asking me to bring him on forever. They were saying like he's the top guy for Christianity.
He's supposed to go
I didn't think he was that good, Sam Shamoun.
Jake Brent Catella is going to be on the Muslim side. Him and Daniel.
So this is an example, like when you guys were saying, like that guy hates me more than anyone because he considers I'm like a heretic.
Oh.
So like this is an example.
What is a heretic?
No, so what they believe is that I reject hadith. You know hadith. So you
of course.
Yeah.
The Quran is the word of God, and the hadiths come from scholars.
Yeah, so hadith come from the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Oh.
But the thing is, why they cry about my position is because, like I said, many of my writings actually go against certain extreme positions. But also, when it comes to the Quran, I consider the Quran to be the first, and then Hadith to be secondary.
Yeah.
They get upset with me because I accept Hadith, right? I just don't accept the exact same Hadith as them.
Okay.
And for them, that's heretical. They're like, oh my God, you have to accept the exact same hadith as us. So if, for example...
Well, you had a good explanation on one, with the whole Aisha and the age. Because the guy that you said that, Aisha, the guy that you mentioned that hadith, wasn't there a scholar that interpreted it incorrectly or something like that?
He had a weak memory. Yeah. So that was one of my reasonings for why I didn't accept it. But also, within the same collection in Bukhari, the age is 18 according to other narrations. It just doesn't say directly, right? So
because everyone says she's 9 years old or some crap.
Yeah, that's the one narration in Bukhari and one narration in Muslim. So for that reason, like that, they attack me. So my point is, when they cry that I don't go like Muslims, whatever, like what are you talking about? Like I'd say I get attacked by nearly everyone because I never fall into any category. I'll just like tell you what my position is. I don't care.
Right. Yeah, you are very
to yourself.
Well, no, I was gonna say diverse. Yeah. Some things he's very right on, some things he's left on, some things he's in the middle on. So it's like when you're like that, you know, you're gonna have enemies everywhere.
True.
Right?
I just give them to myself.
Yeah, versus us, like, I don't know. Some people say I'm far right or we're far right. Some other people say we're right.
Wait, but
I think you're right. I think after discussing today, I'm not sure.
No one knows what I am, though.
No, I would say, like, based on the conversation, I'd say you're quite a bit more towards the left.
I love that.
Yeah.
See, because people don't understand, right? I have to be this way for other purposes outside the podcast. Because if I'm not, I have to be like
there's sort of circles it deals with that, like, I get it.
But anyway, I don't think that, like, I'm more towards the left.
Yeah.
There's certain issues that I'm more towards the right, like, for example, abortion and these. But you know what it is for me, having come from like poverty, and not poverty, but coming from a socially deprived area, I know that it wasn't easy for me to get to where I am. Like, I'm very successful now. But when I look at the people around me and I look at how poor they are and how difficult it was for them to get out, how they weren't able to get out of the situation. And some of them got into drug dealing, and some got into various other crimes.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of everyone have made it like I did, and I don't think everyone could have. And then for that reason, I do think that we need a society where we can help people out to basically give them that kind of help. Because what happens is, you know, when you're in a poor area, the schools are crap. Right, the teachers are not as good because they don't want to. Who wants to teach in a school where the kids are like aggressive, the kids are undisciplined? So everything in that area just basically sets you up for failure.
Yeah.
Right. Now, what happens is, so for that reason, I do have this idea. I do believe in the system where you should help out people who are struggling. It doesn't mean like it's not communism and it's not capitalism, but there is this kind of thing like
national socialism.
I would say maybe more close to socialism.
National socialism.
Yeah.
Well, it worked for Germany before World War II.
Yeah, bit more towards socialism.
That's all I'll say. It did work for Germany before. We're on YouTube, so I can't go much further than that.
Thank you, sir.
But y'all ninjas know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it worked out. For time at least. Okay, let's end the freaking show, man.
All right. Yo,
we should do more of these, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. It's always good to have Sulaiman on, get different viewpoints, etc. There you go. So you got someone... so by Sulaiman's accord, I am right. He's moderate, and then Fresh is left.
And I'm left.
Awesome.
I'd say he's more moderate, yeah.
But it works though. It works.
Yeah.
For business, you don't want to be too. Much
I heard you're like great at networking.
Yeah, have to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, I can't have these discussions with you because I'll get angry.
Yeah.
Like because the Fresh hangs out with a lot of liberals, so like they'll say dumb shit. I'm like, yeah. You know what I mean? I can't hide the way I look at things.
Bro, I'm like, you believe that? Me too, bro.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They'll start talking about equality and shit. I'm like,
tell me more.
Fuck are you like, I start getting angry like when I heard the word equal. So I whatever, man. Okay. Anyway, we'll catch you ninjas on Wednesday. I'm gonna try to host this religion debate for y'all. I was thinking about going to Vegas this week, but I got to figure some things out with Jake and line up some interviews and everything else like that. So I might go to Vegas next week, or it might be the end of this week. We'll figure it out. But Sulaiman's going to be in town, so fuck it. I mean, we'll hang out with him and maybe we'll do a Twitter space after this.
Yeah, and we'll do some call for Council Club on Wednesday.
Yes, or tomorrow. One of the two. Yeah, or Thursday. One of the two. But we'll give you guys a Zoom call this week. Guys, CouncilClub.tv, man. And then also, guys, check out Sulaiman on X. We're always having spaces and shit like that, so come on over, guys.
X is the place to be.
X is the place to be, man, especially when it comes to politics, man. It actually beat all the other news things.
I believe it.
It's beating everybody.
I believe it.
So, hey, love you guys. Like the video, man. We'll catch you guys. Peace.